Dun-dun-dun. All right. Let's see, levels. All right. We're back at it. Second stream in 3 hours. Hey, everybody. We are gonna do some brain surgery today on the old Mark III. Just a second. There we go. Let's see, hopefully the levels all look good from here. That works. That works. And checking one more angle. We are missing angle view. What's happening there? Let's see. Not that one. We have power. Action. Why do we have no action? It's on. It's plugged in. It's working. Let's try flipping it over. Allow. There we go. Doesn't look very great, but that's all right. We're gonna fix that later. So, just leave that there for now. All right, I got my tools. So, plan for today, some hot tea, got that. I'm gonna take this guy and pull it out of its enclosure. We're gonna put the old Mark 3.5 upgrade kit on it, which I have right here. So this is one of three kits that we've got as an option to upgrade the Mark III. This is the least expensive one and is the fastest, and involves the least taking things apart. So I just figured I've been putting off doing this for a little bit because I've got REVOs on a lot of my Mark IIIs, and up until just very recently, the firmware didn't support doing the 3.5 upgrade on anything that wasn't the non-native hot end. So, hey Jan, good to see you. Yeah, so the plan was, let's try the 3.5 now that we can do it with the REVO and see how it goes. So I've already actually done this swap. I did it with Bill Duran a couple weeks ago, just on the stock Mark III with the firmware of the time. And look at that, Jan's doing his 3.5 upgrade from Germany as well. So cool, it's always good to have somebody to do an upgrade with. You can double check me as I go. And you have a REVO in yours as well, if I recall you. Yep, you're saying so in the chat. That's awesome. All right, well, how far along are you, Jan? Let's see, we don't need the filament. We've already printed all of our parts. So I went ahead and printed my parts ahead of time, and I've got them here. I'm gonna move them over to this bin. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull it out of the enclosure, because ultimately it's gonna go back in the enclosure, but it's gonna be a lot easier to work outside of the enclosure. So we're gonna pull Mark III out. We're gonna do the disassembly. We're gonna do the whole thing just as it's written on the instructions. And once I get it out of here, I can get zoomed in and some better angles. But you can see as I'm unboxing here, the extent of it. We've got a new thumb drive. Obviously the Mark IV variants, so that's the 3.5, the 3.9, and the 4.0 all use a thumb drive now instead of the SD card, which, I don't know, I've seen debate on. Let's see, my two kits for the same upgrade from Matt D arrived the other day. Happy to have the chance to watch somebody tackle it before I try it yourself. That's always nice. Good to have you with us, Matt. I'm excited to hear what you think. You said you got two kits. Did you do... You said the same upgrade, so you're doing the 3.5. Do you have any mods on yours, or are you doing a bone stock upgrade? Ours has a REVO mod on it, which I'm excited about. So you can see basically the bulk of the unboxing, everything is inside one filament-sized box. So that gives you a sense. If you were on the ModBot stream earlier, you might have seen that the 4 upgrade is, and the 3.9 upgrade is a much bigger box, probably twice the size of the main container. A good portion of it was filament for you to print your parts with. But just to get a look, we've got our fasteners, we've got some stuff for the buddy board, obviously our new LCD, and the metal box, which is nice. So we're going from a printed plastic box with the to the metal one with the X buddy board, and some wiring harnesses. So it is of note that the heat bed assembly does get redone. There's some new expansion joints and some small stuff. Whether the wiring actually needs to change, I believe they did upgrade to some silicone wiring. I'm not sure if the gauge of wire is any heavier, but I think they figured, well, we have to take it apart. We're gonna put a new thermistor on it. And so since we're going that far anyway, I think they just give you all new stuff to go ahead and do that. And some alcohol wipes and some cable ties, and that's about it. Thank you to everybody that's joining me in the chat. Let's see, both have REVO mods. Good. So Matt, you were waiting as well. Claire, it is so good to see you, Claire from E3D. Awesome to see you on here. Yes, you're biased, but yay for the upgrade stream. What a storming combo. I was waiting very patiently, Claire, just for you guys, because as you know, I invested a good amount of time and energy and money in upgrading my fleet to the REVO. I love REVO so much. I've raved about it for a long time, but obviously having the speed, having input shaping, 32-bit, all of that stuff was really appealing. So this is kind of a nice best of both worlds. And an affordable upgrade for a lot of people. I think for most people, if you're looking for a path forward and you don't want to drop a bunch of money on it, and you don't want to just buy a whole nother one, because the cost as you get up into the full upgrade, you're getting really close to just buying a whole nother printer. So this is a good, I think, in between. It's called the 3.5 because basically you don't get the next extruder hot end, but you get everything. I would say probably the biggest quality of life upgrade. So you got Wi-Fi now, you've got 32-bit graphics, you got speed, you got input shaping, and all the benefits of that and staying modern. I got to tell you, having gone to a workflow now for having networked everything, it just feels impossible to want to ever go back to SD cards again or thumb drives again. Honestly, like every thumb drive I just put in there just lives in there now. Pretty rare, save for like when I'm actually provisioning the Wi-Fi, to have to actually take the USB thumb drive out. Thank you, Jake. Yes, it's some new digs for me here. I was inspired by ModBot, who wanted to do a co-stream earlier to kind of get my streaming setup back in order again. And yeah, we got all kinds of great stuff going on. I've got bunch of different angles to work with. I've got everything hooked up to my OBSBot camera, so I can kind of, it's a pan tilt zoom. There's some automation to it, so it can kind of follow me around and all kinds of cool stuff. So isn't tech wonderful? Don't we love it? How's the levels, guys? Is the music too loud, too soft? Am I too loud, too soft? Give me a check. I should have done a recording ahead of time, and I didn't, because YOLO. Just did a full send. All right, I'm gonna put all this over on my prepping. Gotta get a better table, I think, back here for my prep, but I'm gonna just put it on my prep chair for now. and we'll get this bad boy out of the enclosure and start working on it. Stream's not specifically about the enclosure, but if you haven't checked this out yet, I'm a fan of this little box. I know a lot of people say for an enclosure, it can be pricey, and I think it's a pretty good, you get what you pay for because it's structurally solid. It's steel. You can stack 3 of them on top of each other. The air filtration, the light's nice, all that stuff, but we're not here to talk about the enclosure today. Audio is great, thank you. Prusa Connect for the win. I agree, Andrew. I love me some Connect. Especially if you're farming. Might get a little echoey for me inside of the enclosure here, but if you're farming and you're managing multiple printers, having Prusa Connect is amazing, and I love it. And it's getting better and better by the day. The next step for that is going to be getting cameras set up on everything. So the interface for cameras in the Prusa ecosystem uses Connect, and you can basically attach any webcam to it. But I suspect we're going to see some interesting developments in that arena in the coming months and weeks and months. All right, I'm just loosening the little pins that hold the power supply in place. I think I got them all. You know, as big as this desk is, I thought I was going to have a lot more, I feel like I have a lot more room to work. This is kind of an awkward, there we go, I got it. All right. Power supply. I did not opt for the quick release on this guy, even though I have them. I did not install it. There's an option where you can install a beefy Molex connector that allows you to just leave the power supply in place. But since this guy is going to kind of change around anyway, I am going to just take it all out. Yeah, slight echo. Yeah, apologies for that. That's done now. All right, and we're just gonna disconnect the LCD. That comes out of there, and we'll say bye-bye to the enclosure until probably the very end. We'll see how far we get with the upgrade. Set it up to print probably on its own. Looks like I might have hit this too hard and bent it. There we go. Oh, no biggie. All right. Pardon me a sec. I'm gonna go move this out of the way. All right. And I'm back. Who missed me? All right, let's get into it, shall we? All right. Getting my groove on. All right. Should we pull in a little tighter? No, not that one. That one. All right. So, this is a quick overview of what's going to happen. On the Mark 3.5, it's the most minimally invasive there is. We're going to pull the heat bed off because we've got to put a new thermistor on that. We're obviously going to pull the electronics box off. That's this guy over here. We're going to put the new metal box on, the new brain. The new LCD is going to go on the front, and in the case of the enclosure, it's going to go on the front of the enclosure. The tool head stays the same. So right now I've got my, move this over here. This looks a little bit wonky because, like I said, the power supply moves to the outer envelope on the enclosure, but you can see here, and I know this is back driving the Z, but I'm going slow and that brain's going away anyway. So you can see I've got my nice little custom Mr. Plow scoop on there for when I do automated printing. And underneath, you can see I've got my extra REVO nozzles over here, but underneath I've got my REVO mod. And we'll get that all cleaned up once we get fired up in printing. But let's start with the instructions. So I'm gonna show the screen share here. This is, turn that audio down just a touch because it's blasting me. Hopefully it's not too bad for you guys. Yeah, that is a fan shroud mod. That's actually, it's funny because the front is just like a fascia for bulldozing parts off, but it's actually based on the, what is that fan mod, that super popular fan mod that everybody's been doing. It's not Andrew's. It's escaping me right now. I'd have to look it up, but it's a very common, it's like the ducting is basically going 2 channels to either side and blowing on it, and brain is not thinking of what it's called. Let's see. Oh no, is he back up again? I wasn't sure you were gonna be back up again, so I started doing my other upgrade. You should totally go, and I can catch up to wherever you are if you want to go back to streaming. I didn't think you were going to get power back on. So Modbot on the chat, guys, I was on with him earlier, and lightning like hit, I don't know if it hit your house. He's live now. Okay, so well now people are hopping back and forth, but it's all, we're doing Prusa stuff. Oh man. Power is live and he's going again. Well, shoot, I bet, now you got me tempted. Do we jump back over to that or do we do this? I don't want to like tease people that are watching this. I feel like I've got to see this through to completion. Rats, I wish I should have checked with you first, man. I'm so sorry. But please go ahead and continue and I will catch up to wherever you are. I have Mark IVs in all states. Yeah, do it. Do it. All right. So, looking here, let's see, we're gonna go screen share and pull it onto me. Okay, so I'm looking at, we're gonna prepare the kit. Yes, we have all of our tools. Yes, we've printed everything. I'm fast forwarding because I've already done this. But obviously if you haven't done this before, make sure that you're reading carefully. Yes, we have our Haribo. Let's see, how to successfully finish. That's good, that's nice. We're gonna go to the next step. All right, parts check. Prepping, we've got the filament out, heat bed. All right, we're gonna start here because we're gonna take a look at the heat bed. Upgrade from the Mark III to the 3S Plus. It's compatible. So a little gotcha to watch, and I know the answer to this already, but there are different heat bed configurations depending on how old your printer is, what version of printer. And by version I mean like there were early Mark IIIs, so they're all Mark IIIs, but some of them had early heat beds where the wires were soldered to the actual PCB. This is not one of them. I was 99% certain of that, but now I can see now that I have the cover off. And I've got, so I'll go back to this view here really quick. Let's see, you can just follow me around. Oh, too fast, slow down, slow down, slow down. Here we go. Yeah, so over here I've got some screw bins that I've already laid out because I've done this more than enough. And done a little bit of prep work ahead of time just to get all my gear together. And that makes things nice, so I don't have to go sorting through screws quite as, saves a little bit of time. All right, so I've checked my heat bed and we're looking at the surface. I don't have any major scratches, nothing to suggest there's any issues there. My smooth rods are good. One thing that we were good about in the print farm is keeping the rails lubed up for regular operations, so I'm very confident about that. And we've done our little checks. So we're gonna start by disconnecting the cables because this box here is gonna go away. So let's see here, I'll get them tight for you guys on the side. And I've got my nice little tray from Steve Builds. Put some stuff there and get back to it easily. Let's see, if we go to this side view here, oh, that color is weird. Looks like my color correction didn't apply. There we go, how's that? That looks a little bit better. It's a weird thing about this capture card that I've got on there right now. It just has like a weird red shift to it for some reason. So here, let's back up a touch. And focus, focus, there we go. Manual monkey mode, tip it down. Here, you can get a good view. So I'm working here in the controller box. And you'll notice this actually has a little mod on it. I was early on helping beta test the Prusa Connect. So there were Prusa Link modules that used these Raspberry Pi that plugged straight onto the EINC board and allowed us to do some networking early on. And it worked, but man, has it come a long way since. Daniel, I'm gonna check in on you in a little bit, and if you are going longer, you decide to keep going and I get through this, I may jump back on. So we shall see, but I'm just having too much fun doing all this streaming and Prusa working today, and so I figured, why fight it, you know? Let's just keep this train a-rolling. Double stream dilemma, yes. Can't be on all the streams at the same time. So you guys have noticed, like, tool-wise, I've done enough of these builds and these upgrades that I don't know if it's cheating, but I definitely don't use the hex keys and the tools that come with. I'm a big fan of my little power tools. So I've got a little USB driver, and we're just gonna sadly get rid of these. Don't need them anymore. And a little ball driver that I've got on the end of my power tool, set to the lowest torque setting. And I'm cautious enough so I don't strip anything, or do my best to not strip anything. And I'm just gonna disassemble all of this. Let's see here. A little more advanced because I gotta kind of rotate with the power supply. And I'm just gonna go ahead and finish taking this off. I know I'm jumping around, but I already started this process when I was inspecting, and I know for a fact that we're removing it, which honestly I think is a good thing too, because I've found that these thermistors, after a while, we've had a couple machines where they just kind of go, and so getting a new thermistor on there. It's also a different kind of thermistor for the Mark IV. So that's fine. And square nut, rogue square nut from the enclosure box. Super fun. Get in there and you can see really close, really intimately. How's that? All this hard work years ago, putting all of these things together, and now it just all comes apart. But that work was not for nothing. I got a lot, hundreds and thousands of print hours out of these guys. And I'm just really happy to just breathe some new life back into it, see some speed enhancement, see some quality of life improvements. Like I said, getting the networking, getting some new hardware on there. It's always a good feeling, I think. Who agrees? Who agrees? It's always fun to try to figure out like what angle you can do things at without obscuring the visuals. Let's see, get some wires out of the way, and I'm excited to unscrew all this stuff at the bottom. Let's slide you forward. Actually, before we do that, I'm gonna flip this over. I'm just gonna, no, we're not yet. Changed my mind. Should know better. You'll be yelling at me for already going off script. Let's see, Andrew says, the one downside to the Pi is that it prints using USB and the streaming of the G code is painfully slow. It is. So the new setup uses an ESP32 module that directly interfaces with the new Buddy board. It's still not super fast, I'll be honest, but with the new binary G code format and their streaming and the little tricks they've done, I gotta say Prusa is really good at getting as much performance as possible out of like the inexpensive options. And you know, yeah, arguably there are better options, but they come at a cost. They come, you know, at a varying amount of testing. ESP32 boards are pretty much a tried and true known entity. And I don't know, I think it was a reasonable choice, but I'm not a hardware designer. I was not privy to the decision-making process on there. So I'm just disconnecting my power. Everything has to go. Man, Daniel, I know you're probably on your own stream right now, but I can't believe they restored power so quickly. It sounds like lightning might have hit his house or very close to it and just killed the power while we were on stream earlier. And I mean, luckily we were at a pretty decent stopping point, but Daniel's bacheloring it up this week while his wife and his child are away, so I can appreciate he wants to take all the time he can to do the things that he wants to do. My fat head, you're gonna have to yell at me if my fat head is blocking the view. All right, that's free. Get this whole bundle free. And all these parts get replaced. Probably could reuse a lot of these screws, but they just give you, that's one thing I'll tell you Prusa does really well. They give like a ton of extra parts these days. Just a lot easier to just ship extra than deal with like a couple missing screws here and there. And boy, do they like to have a lot of different sizes, don't they? Hey, Mike, good to see you. Armor 3D Printing, how's it going? Let's go back to this view. We are just kind of chugging along here. I'm just taking things apart, trying my best not to go off script. I'll tell you what, guys, it's super hard for me because, like I said, I do this enough where it's just dangerous, right? Like, I get 95% of the way and then I realize, oh, I forgot one thing, and then I gotta go back. But the good news with the disassembly is that, you know, it all has to end up at the same place. So I know just how much I need to take off. Take a little off the top. There's our old Eincy board. We'll do overhead. Mr. Eincy, whoop, right there. Man, it's a good piece of kit for its day. But now you're off into retirement. What do you guys think I should do? I mean, I could part it out. It's tough. On a 3.5 upgrade, we're keeping a good amount of things intact. On the 4 upgrade, it's felt like almost wasteful, the amount of taking apart, where it's like you're getting down to the frame. I'm really almost regretting not just doing, where the kit's not provided to me because I work for Prusa. I think it would have been a different calculus, but yeah, it's pretty crazy the amount of parts I have. So, you know, yeah, I could put them on eBay. You know, we'll have some spare parts. I'll still have some Mark IIIs, but I think eventually they'll all at least end up being 3.5s. So I don't know. I don't know. Being a hoarder, I'll probably hold on to them for a lot longer than I should, and then eventually, I don't know, donate them. Give them to somebody. I mean, you can obviously make a very capable printer out of it, but hard to tell. Ah, yeah, the old sneaker net, Mike. That was our tried and true thing. Even when we had the networking on a few of them, SD cards were still kind of the preferred because we'd load up the same programs on pretty much all of them and then just distribute all at once. It was arguably faster than going through the upload on the old Pi process, like Andrew Mayhall was saying. Had a little blueberry hibiscus tea this afternoon, which is quite lovely. I hope you're enjoying a nice beverage of your choosing. Okay, we've got the electronics box off. Let's see, let's go back to the, here's the instructions here. So we're here, we've taken the box off, we've taken the door off, and now we're gonna take the heat bed off. And for that, I've got my little pen. Let's go back to this angle here. Let's see, how's the focus? You could always do a little bit better with the focus, can't we? Let's see. Oh, that's crisp. That's crisp. All right, we're gonna take off this heat bed here. So, depending on the version, or like, I don't say the version, but like when the build revision, I guess, that you got, these are actually torques on later variants of the Mark III S and Plus. These are actually hex, but I have a Torx head in there that is roughly the same size, and it works, and they're not heavily torqued down, so hey, if it works, it's not wrong. Put those in my little tray. Zzz. Jan, you never told, wait, maybe you did and I didn't see. How far along are you? I gotta look up what the fan shroud mod is. It's killing me right now. I've downloaded a bunch of times. It's one of my favorite. It is not the Hero Me, although that is a good one. There are a lot of good Hero Me. Let's switch back to this camera. I'm gonna look that up real quick because it is a really good Mark III mod, and I highly, highly, highly recommend it. Let's see here. Look at my projects, because I did. Test print. Let's see if I sort this by the date. So, I don't know about you guys, but like when I'm working on a project, I've started like in my Google Drive, I just create a projects folder and name it something that's relevant. So that's anything and everything, whether it's like a personal project or a work project, and that allows me to go back and reference things. So let's see, REVO, Gloop, some mods for Jeff we did, laser cutter enhancements, templates, torso. Where are you? Fan, you know what? I'm just gonna search for fan mod. this is good. Wasn't that long ago. Wasn't that long ago. Let's see, Pi mods. Mark IV upgrades, so it was before that. Non-planar testing. Mic mount. Job aux. Is it Mark III? Through Pi mods? No? That was a while ago. One more thing I'll check and then I'll move on. My brain is not letting go of this. Let's see. Go to printables. My printables history. Let's see. Fan mod. Mark III. Fan shroud mod. The Delta P. The Delta P. I don't know how that escaped my brain, but you know, you never know what's going to live in there. I can't remember what I had for lunch. I could tell you the lyrics to a song I heard when I was 3. Go figure. But yes, the Delta P. Let's see here. The amount of time spent upgrading. Yeah, I know. It's probably a terrible business decision, but it allows me to geek out on doing things I love, like building things. Yeah, rep rack question. Sure, we can take rep rack questions. That is my baby, I suppose. I don't know if it's my baby, but it was like my solution to storing a bunch of filament. And other people seem to enjoy it. Please, Armor, please feel free to ask. Let's see. Here's a plug for an old episode of Maker That Money. Boxes and folder for everything. Every project gets its own home. Yes, organization. I mean, we've talked about, Andrew, we've talked about organization before and how important that is. And it's a process. I mean, admittedly, there's times where I feel more organized than others. So I'm taking my heat bed off. And I'm gonna put my spacers. The spacers actually don't get reused. So the things that will get reused are the frame. This mounting mechanism will actually change. So we're gonna actually take this whole thing off. The tensioner, the mount for the, let's see. On the Mark III.5, I don't think we don't touch the Y-axis. We don't touch the Y-axis on the Mark III.5. I misspoke. There are options for different mounts, so let's just look ahead really quick and see, do we change the clip underneath, or does it just keep, I think it just tells us to keep the, I'm skipping ahead briefly, because I've once again rabbit-holed. Yeah, it looks like we don't actually take the racking off. So we'll do the upgraded spacers for under here. There's thermal expansion joints, which is really cool. Yeah. All right, that's enough skipping ahead. Let's go back to where we were. Because this is going to drive somebody crazy if they're watching this after the fact looking for some kind of reference and I'm just bouncing all over the place. Like, come on, Pooch, focus. Let's go. Let's go. All right. We flipped our machine over. We're going to take, it's going to have us take the ribbon cables off the rest of the way. So let's go back. I'll show you the screen share again. And it's gonna have us disconnect the power supply altogether, which is good. So I've got my heated bed free, and I'm gonna just take the old thermistor off. So let's make sure. Let's see, we've got that off. And having us take off the cover, and it's having us remove those. Okay, and we're gonna release the cable management. So I'm gonna fight the power, and I'm gonna not fight the desire. Not skip ahead. Let's see, I think I got all the spacers off of there. All right, next it's telling me to remove the cable management, so I'm gonna get my handy dandy fleshy cutters, side cutters, whatever you call them. What do you guys call these? What do you guys call these? Hey Spectra, how are you? Good to see you. We are doing a little brain surgery. Oh, that felt like the game Operation. I had a, oh, and I just almost dropped it back in there. I would make a terrible surgeon, by the way. I do not have steady hands. You guys have steady hands? Who's a surgeon out there? And it was like, had a screw fall into the extrusion and I pulled it out. Okay, so I got my flesh cutters out. That's what I like to call them, because I'm not gonna lie, I have snipped my finger a couple times. Just a little bit. I know, yeah, how the heck did I do that? Yeah, it's possible. Let me tell you something, guys. If there is a way, getting close. Come here, if there's a way to hurt yourself with a 3D printer, I can almost guarantee you I've done it. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not even joking, man. I've had splinters, the filament splinters under my fingernails. I've stabbed myself with side cutters, with pretty much anything, things you probably wouldn't even think you could stab yourself with. Very carefully snipping only the cable tie, because all it takes is one time that you cut one of the wires while you're cutting a cable tie, and having to resolder that to be like, never again. I wish it was only one time. I'll bet you I do it again. I know myself. All right, we've got our LCD cables free. So I'm gonna take this off of there because we're gonna need that when we put it back in an enclosure later. So put that in the bin of holding. And this I'm going to put with my board here. And I'm gonna take a box, I'll be right back. And I am going to make this my parts for saving to figure out what I'm gonna do with later. Okay, let's see, Armor had a question. The auto rewinder for it, is that meant to be made from PETG? Oh, you're talking about the rep winder. The rep winder. My original design, I did print it in PETG. I love printing in PETG. A lot of people hate PETG. I like PETG. I was talking on Daniel's stream earlier. It's like the one filament I can print that doesn't seem to the particulate doesn't seem to affect my sinuses, like PLA and ABS and all that other stuff. But on top of that, it's got better thermal properties. It's what a lot of the parts that are on the Prusa are already printed from. And so I just picked PETG. It could be printed out of PLA. I don't see why it couldn't be printed out of other plastics. I also like PETG because I use thread forming screws that cut well into it, and the holes can kind of stretch and accommodate that a little better than some other plastics that get fragile and crack and whatnot. So that was the original intent, but I don't think it has to be PETG. There is some interesting friction. So there's a clutch, there's like a clutch mechanism inside of that rep winder. And when I tested it, the amount of slip and friction was designed for PETG as well, but there's a tensioner screw. Again, I don't see why you couldn't use other materials. I just haven't really tested it with other ones. Hope that helps. PLA, ABS, ASA, short of that friction plate, and again, because you can adjust it, yeah, I say go for it. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. I'm glad to see that rep winder hanging in there. Like, we haven't sold those kits for a while now. I know there's other rewinding solutions out there, gravity feeders and stuff like that. Unfortunately, it was one of those products for us that just like the demand wasn't quite high enough, or it wasn't worth like stocking all the little bits and bobs and parts for it. So if it is something you can source or you have the kit from a long time ago or something, I think it's a cool solution. I liked it, but there are plenty that may disagree with me, and that's fine. That is fine. I'm okay if you disagree with me. Let's go wide again. Let's go wide here. There we go. All right, we got our, already digressed 100 times over, which is just classic me. And we're here, we've taken off the LCD. So it's asking us to remove the PSU cables. We've done that. Our PSU is free. I'm gonna put this to the side for right now because we're gonna handle that a little differently since it's going back in an enclosure. It's gonna seem a little different if you're watching this. So because it goes in enclosure, typically your PSU, your power supply, is gonna mount right here on the frame. The enclosure comes with this bracket to basically add rigidity here and replace where the PSU is, because in an enclosure, the power supply generates a lot of heat. We want to take it out of the envelope of the enclosure, and so that's a mod that's specific to the enclosure. These are all things that I can do separately, and I think it'll still make plenty of sense. I'm sure somebody will leave a comment to complain, but it's my channel. I do things the way I want here. Too bad, so sad. Let's see. Mike says he used his Repcord CR30 to print a French cleat-like beam mount to his Repwinder style spool holders to hold it above his MMU3 fleet. That is fantastic, Mike. That was a great little feature. I don't think a lot of people realized you can actually mount those on cleats separately, but you can. And I'm glad that worked out well for you. Nice sip of some warm tea. All right, so we got the power supply off. We've got the LCD off already because it's mounted to the front of the enclosure. We're being told, here, let's go back here so you can see on the screen share. It's telling me that we can't open our REVO yet. So sad, I know. And we're back to our part summary. We've now finished disassembling the printer, so this is as far as we're going to disassemble for MK3.5. We're going to prepare the following parts for the next chapter. We've got our heat bed, check. We've got our PSU cover, check. Our PSU cover is still on, so how about this? Because we're going to replace this wiring, even though I really don't think we have to. I'm just gonna do it because that way we can say we have. They give us the stuff we need, so I'm gonna remove these cable ties and I'm gonna take this cover off. By the way, ball driver on the end of for disassembly especially saves a lot of time. Now, when you're assembling stuff, you got to be careful with the power tools because, as Modbot can attest to earlier, if you cross thread or you drag a little bit of plastic from a printed part into something that has a captured nut and you over torque it, you can very easily strip it and then lose the whole thing and have to reprint it or try to cut it out, and it's a pain. So power tools with caution. They do say to not do it, but do as I say, not as I do. All right, so we got that. I'm gonna put this with the rest of the printed parts in the bin of holding. And I'm gonna verify, so just so you guys can get a look at this, let's go back to this view. So our power supply, we've got brand new power panic cable, brand new power cables, heat bed cables. And part of the reason they did that too is because the connectors changed. So the buddy board uses a different type. I want to say it's a Molex connector, but again, I'm not a cable engineer. But we've got all new wires for the heat bed and for the power supply. And I say we go with what we're supposed to. It actually kind of looks like smaller gauge, almost even. I will say this, I noticed from a machine I was taking apart the other day, one of the wires was pulling out. Let's get in close on the side here. So right in here, on these crimps, I didn't realize it because I was getting kind of weird, buggy glitchiness on that printer. One of these wires had started to pull out of the crimp here. And it's not something I was, inspecting regularly. It's odd, I have no idea. It's not like it's really being pulled on. I don't know, maybe it was just never really crimped well in the first place. And so when I took that off and replaced it, lo and behold, it was all good again. But there's all kinds of little gotchas, I guess, that any 3D printer can get you on. And if you're not savvy with going through and inspecting everything with a fine-tooth comb, I could see things like that just driving you crazy. I always felt like there was a couple machines that we had that operated just fine, but every once in a while, would kind of glitch out for no reason. And I have no idea. Maybe it was just like intermittently losing power enough, or like thermal expansion. Certainly, something coming off the power supply, like a bad crimp, can lead to overheating, can lead to, hazards and stuff. So that was an interesting discovery. All right, we're saving the textile sleeve. Love those things. And I'm gonna put these in this bin. We should have new ones anyway, but those are the old ones. And we're saving that, and we're saving that. Going back to our screen share view and our part summary. We have all those things. We have our printer torso, it's calling it. That's an interesting descriptor. Where can you look at the Rep Winder hardware kit? On printables. There's, if you just search for Rep Winder on printables, you can see, I don't sell the kit anymore, but it's got the BOM on there if you want to source your own stuff. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, Mike, you tell me what you think, but I was never fully happy with the Rep Winder, and maybe that's just me, I'm like my own worst critic. Like, I felt like it needed to be a little something more, and I just didn't have the resources and the engineering hours to put into like getting to the next revision of it. I don't know, now that we're seeing multicolor more and more and more and more, I don't know, a lot of these ideas that I have, like they're just dangerously successful enough to be a distraction, but not necessarily the best business idea, which is the story of my life. Andrew Mayhall can attest to how many times I've complained about things like that to him. All right, let's head to the next chapter. Oh, lost my mouse. Come back. Next. All right, we've got our tools. Okay, we're gonna prep the buddy box. That's good, that's easy. We did that earlier on Daniel's stream. I got it right here. So one of the new things with the upgrade is we've gone to a metal box, and that has two purposes, as I've said before. The first one is that it actually acts as a heat sink for the buddy board. Where's my buddy board? X-Buddy. There he is, there's Buddy. Get in over here, get a look at Buddy here real quick. Stream angle. Look at this. Nice anti-static bubble wrap. Just grabbing it by the edge here. Okay, there's our, it's getting close. Look at that, look at that. Now that's all made in-house in the Czech Republic, in Prague, on the SMT line. If you haven't seen that, it's featured in the Prusa 2024 video, as well as Strange Parts did a great Prusa tour as well. Let's go back to the main view. There it is. And it's a nice little piece of electronics there. So we've got all our connectors, and what's also interesting, if you look carefully on this, I'm not gonna show it now, so like anybody that gets it, you can see that there's some like Easter eggs of maybe some things to come, because not all the connectors are used. So that's interesting. All right, so we've got that. We're handling that carefully. Go back to our screen and okay, so we're gonna prep the box. It says we need some 6s, some 10s, and some NES nuts. 6, 10, and that's what it's calling. These things are M3 NES. So I call these spring-loaded T-nuts. You may call them something else. Gummy bears over here. I'm going into my hardware bag here. Into the bag of fasteners. Yep. That's right, Andrew. The challenges of being an entrepreneurial maker. Too many ideas, never enough time in the day, or coins in the piggy bank. Amen, brother. I gotta tell you, as fun as this is, I am like, so love it when I have somebody to build with. And now I'm sad that Modbot's power came back on so quick. I want to be back over there with him too, but we can't be everywhere at the same time either, can we, Andrew? The FOMO is a real challenge for me. So I just put one in, but I'm gonna show you what I did here. And it told me just to prep them, so I'll save that one for when it actually tells me to put it in. I'm bad at following directions, guys. You gotta keep me on task. All right, it's asking us to get some zip ties ready and the tool in the holder. We've got that. Okay, now we're gonna put in the M3 NES nuts. So these are great. If you've never seen these before, first of all, if you've never seen these before, like, what are you, living in a cave? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Let's go to the side view. Let's get in. Let's see, what you want to see is right here. Right here. So, if you look carefully, our nut has a little spring on it, spring action. And these are great. So a standard T-nut, you would have to take the end off and slide into the end of the extrusion, which ain't nobody got time for that, right? So these guys, you just drop in and rotate, and that spring holds them in place. So you can still slide them around, and they're in there. And if for some reason you ever need to get them out, you can just do this little, basically back out the way that we came in, just pop it out. Try to be careful not to mar the threads there. So these are gonna hold the bottom part of the box. You can see right here, there's a little slotting in there that's gonna slide in, and some screws are gonna tighten on that. And then on the side, you can see we've got some keyhole style hangers, like maybe the back of a picture. Oh, focus. Some of this black on black nonsense is a little bit hard to see, I know. There you go, there's some focus. You can see like the keyhole style hanger that you see for things that maybe you'd wall mount or whatnot. So those are gonna mount to the frame. And so remember I said there's two purposes. So the metal box, one acts as a heat sink for the electronics board. The other one is it adds stiffness to the frame. So before we only had a plastic box here, and now we're locking the frame Z-axis to the Y-axis the same way we did with just the power supply on both. So ideally, keeps the frame stiffer. Hopefully that's a good explanation for you guys. Go back to that view and let's go wide. Okay, let's see. Mike says his 3.5 upgrade is on the waiting list still. It involves simultaneously doing a 3 to a 3S Plus upgrade and then to the 3.5 upgrade, and to convert one of his MMU2Ss to MMU3. Just an hour or two. That's it. That's all it should take, Mike. Sounds like famous last words. That's a lot of change all at once, my friend. I would eat that elephant one bite at a time. I love that tea. It's hard to say. Hey, the amazing Brandon. Good to see you, my friend. Nice of you to join us. No, I'm doing something a little bit different, little streamy action today. We are just having some fun putting together this 3.5 upgrade. Taking our time, having some tea, moving at our pace, picking up all the little bits of filament that have collected in the extrusions of this machine over the years. You know, the usual. All right, back to the share. We've got our nuts, our lever nuts, our spring-loaded T-nuts, whatever you want to call them, in place. That's good, showing us what we did there. That's great. All right, now we're gonna get some 6s. So when I say 6, like, I'm referring to the length. Everything is an M3 for the most part, with the exception of the screws that hold the heat bed and some of the set screws, like in the pulleys and whatnot. But when I say like a 6 or a 10, like, that's just the length of the machine, the socket caps, head screws. So for this part of the box, I'm just gonna leave this up here, and let's get in a little tighter so you guys can see. Let's do, how about that? And we can go back to this while I'm doing here we go. Not bad. Getting the hang of this. That I'll tell you what, guys, that OBSBot pan-tilt zoom cam is just so cool. It's nice. It's like having your little virtual cameraman. I've got it synced up to my Stream Deck. So to get back in the habit of doing this and running the stream, it's always an interesting juggling act, trying to talk and juggle the stream and read the chat. But I've got my big monitor back over here off stream so I can look at chat. Yeah, a little build and chill. It's good because I need more chill in my life, Brandon. But yeah, having one camera that can zoom and jump around and not have to have a cameraman and not toggle as much, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I think as I get the habit of the workflow. So far, so good. Quality seems good. The only thing I noticed with it is the, where's my Bondus ball driver? Here it is. The only thing I noticed with it is, like, it's autofocus is like this. I feel like the sensor's like a little off, or something's not quite right. I don't know if it's the firmware. I don't know if it's the lighting. So I just switched off the autofocus and just kind of set it to infinite for right now. So you lose some of that kind of sexy bokeh effect, but I think it's better and more important that you guys be able to see what's happening than worry about that. So before I lock that into place, I'm gonna just align my T-nuts. Should we switch over here to the side view again? Angle view, angle. Let's tip this up a touch. Just a scotch. How about that? That's a technical term. Yep, so you can see I've just kind of aligned these guys. Kind of use the edge of that to drag that into place. There we go. So that's nice and lined up. That's all good. Let's see, back to the, there we go. All right, it's telling us to turn the printer. Let's see, we already did that. Make sure we're using the correct holes, which we are. And then it's telling us we need to put our M310s, a couple 10s. Fun fact, 10 millimeters long, M3 is the most commonly used socket cap screw on the Prusa. Guess they figured that's just seemed to be the ideal length for most things, but given that there's, I think, 10 different lengths of M3, maybe more, the cheat sheet would tell us. I'm gonna put that. It's a good piece of Prusa trivia. How many different lengths of M3? Any guesses in the chat? How many different lengths of M3 screw do we have in the kit? And I'm just gonna say regular socket cap, not including button heads or tapered heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is the correct answer. And if you're counting button heads, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13 if you're included button heads and the flat heads. There you go. There's some worthless Prusa trivia for you. You're welcome. That's the kind of quality content that I put out here, guys. 6 was close. I mean, you were as close as I was when I said 10 originally. So there you go. Hey Bob, how are you doing? Yeah, you want a chill rant? You need a rant? I'm sure I can come up with a rant for you, Mike. Don't worry about that. We'll get to the ranting in just a second. All right, we got our 10s on there. We've got, that's buttoned down, so I'm probably jumping ahead again. Can I tighten them now, please? Will it allow? Yes, it says go ahead and slot them on. And mounting, fully tighten all 4 M36s and secure the buddy box. And then the 10s. It says technically to do the 6s here on the side first. This is where having a ball driver is critical. This is the angle. So here's a nice little, you can go through the hole here from the side, get a better angle on that guy. Get in closer so you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, top is not right. Let's do this and that. Going through here, and I've tightened that, and now back to this angle over here, and we're gonna just tighten up these M310s into the side extrusion, and boom! Bing, bang, boom! It's done. All right. Back to the directions. Okay. Ah, the thermal pads. All right, so this is cool. I think it's cool. I mean, I think it's all cool, but put that there. That's 6 there. This can go in the trash. I don't know why I find it satisfying to throw things in the trash, like when you go through the bag and you've emptied it, and it's like that feels like progress. It feels like progress to me, you know. Thermal pads are in this baggie over here. Let's see. The old buddy and extruder assembly bag, within which we have a piece of nylon cable. We have a textile sleeve. We have our handy dandy, look at this guy, go to the top view here, extreme top. Look at that guy. So this is basically the adapter that makes it all happen. So that basically lets us take all of these guys from the existing Mark III hot end and adapt the connector to plug in into that one big guy right there, right into the buddy board. Bob's your uncle. Or Bob Carnes I don't think he's your uncle, but he's in the chat. So that's good. All right, look at that, and I've emptied another bag into the trash with you. All right, these are the thermal pads. So you may have seen these before if you've ever worked with heat sinks or anything. Same idea as like thermal paste. If you ever remember like using thermal paste on your CPU to put your heat sink on, ideally, or the concept is that It makes heat transfer between sources more efficient. In this case, we are going to be putting it onto the back of the buddy board. And you'll see they've silk screened out these beautiful little locations here where the stepper drivers are, and some more hot bits. I don't know exactly what, but more of the hot bits that we want to dissipate heat from. So like I was telling you, we have a metal box now. We're gonna add a piece of thermal tape here, here, and here, and then we're gonna press it into the box, and that's gonna help us dissipate some unwanted heat off of the board. So I'm gonna turn this guy up, and we're gonna just bring this Z-axis up. And oh, look at that, found some filament in there. There's filament everywhere, guys. This is my life. And it's telling us back in step 8 here that we're gonna take the thermal pads off, and we're gonna put them on the spots that I just told you about. And then we're gonna put the buddy board in here, and we're gonna line up, and we're not gonna put a screw in right here because that's where the ground cable is gonna go later when we get to that. So I'm gonna just do those things now, and you're gonna watch. And you're gonna like it, right? Who's not gonna like it? All right, go make that gloop, Andrew. Thanks for dropping in. Man, talk about successful small business for 2024. Gloop has blown up. He cannot make the gloop fast enough. You know, in business, they like to say that's good problems to have, right? But man, is that a crummy thing to hear as a business owner? Because it doesn't feel like any problem is a good problem to have. But not being able to make product fast enough, especially because kind of manhandling the board, and I'm not supposed to. You got to handle that with kid boards. Because it's the feeling of leaving money on the table. It's like people want to buy your stuff, and you know you could be making even more money and using those funds to grow the business, and you just can't, because you can't make it fast enough. So, but I suppose that beats the alternative, right? Not having enough customers, not having a successful enough. People don't want to buy your product. I guess that's worse, right? So there you go. There's a positive outlook for you. That's what I'm all about, that positivity, right? All right, we're taking off the other backing and exposing. This stuff is interesting. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's like silly putty-esque. And you can see like it kind of got a little bit of it on there. Curious what it does over time. Does it just like, I think it stays pretty well intact. All right, so we got our thermal pads on there. Yeah, for this, I guess they feel the board is prepped enough. They didn't say to wipe it down with alcohol. So on this point, it's not telling us that we need to wipe anything down with alcohol. Everything's clean and from the factory. So we're just following the directions. I haven't alcohol wiped that. We will do that on when we get to the stepper. Well, actually, no, we're not changing the steppers on this one, so we don't need to alcohol wipe anything, I guess. At least it hasn't told us to. All right, we're gonna get some more of those sixes, some little guys, these guys. And what it told us to, very clearly told us not to put one here. So what's the first thing I'm gonna do? Probably want to put one. It's funny because you really want to put one there. The little springs on the network box kind of push it backwards, and like this feels like the easiest hole to get to kind of anchor it in place. But no, we're following directions. All right. All right, do that one. We're going manual mode here. And we got one to go in here. Ugh, that's a tough one. He's got a good trick for like lining up screws in tight spaces like this. Sometimes I like kind of lay it on there and let the tip of the screw fall into the hole, I guess. I don't know. Ideally, I guess if we had like a magnetic thing, but these stainless screws aren't particularly magnetic. Sometimes I can hold it on with my finger like this, get my fat head out of the way. Kind of drop it in the hole, but sometimes I miss because I don't have the hands of a surgeon. Look at that. Brand spanking new brain mounted in there in its nice new metal box. It's a fun little folded steel project. I haven't done a lot of design on folded. Wait, that feels like that screw. Oh, somehow a 10 got in on my 6s. Too long of a screw. No bueno. Anyway, like designing folded steel, fascinating process. I don't know a whole lot about it. I know Mayhel did a ton of that in his former enterprise. It's cool to see what's possible too. I mean, punches and folds and taps and I don't know if like it doesn't feel like it's going. Back it out and I try again. Now something is resisting me in there and I don't know what. So I don't want to tempt stripping anything. That hole looks to be lined up. It's possible that a little bit of the powder coating might have gotten in there. Could also be some damage to this particular screw. So I'm gonna try a different screw first rather than getting overly Western on the torquing. Torquing, guys, torquing, not twerking. There's a ton of little resistors on this board. I don't want to like, try not to drag anything across the board. Okay, so I got the tip of the screw in there, standing it up. Sorry, mind my head. There we go. I suspect, I'm not sure what's going on here. I wonder if we got some powder coating into that particular standoff. So here's the next trick I'm gonna try. Pooch's tricks. I'm gonna take that and use a different screw and I'm gonna try threading it in from the opposite side to see if it clears anything out of the hole and allows it to thread in more easily. And can I do that? Man, you know what? These might not be tapped all the way through. Okay, can't do that. Well, I mean, the good news is it's probably not the end of the world if we're missing a screw. It's well mounted in the box. I just don't want to risk stripping anything here. And for some reason, this one screw here is fighting me. So what is the right thing to do? I guess the right thing to do would be get a tap and do that, but then I have to take this whole board out. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna make a judgment call. All the thermal pads are well seated and in place. We are just gonna mount with this guy with one less screw. And heck, let me just try it one more time. It's just, I don't feel like my buddy Steve would go for this, right? You can't have like one hole missing its screw. Yeah, I can feel it start to fight the head. I'll just, the standoff is something cross-threaded? Feels it's a bit angled. It's fine. Pooch says it's fine, guys. Let's go back to the directions. Yeah, I can get a, Bob says to not use a ball end driver. I'm telling you, Bob, I think there's something going on with the standoff in that it's feeling a bit snug even for a non-ball end. My tool, what do I do with my tool bag? Let me put it in here. You want me to go get a hex key that's not ball end? So let me see if I've got one in here. Nope. Oh, I see. Line it up without that. All right, I got a proper hex key. Ball end on one end and yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I feel like I'm slowly tapping. I feel like maybe some of the powder coating might have gotten into the threads or something. Just, yeah, it's okay. Well, you know what? Hold on a second. Now it's starting to tap itself in. Okay, it's going. I guess not having this anchored down, if I was disconnecting the leads in the future or something, it's probably better to have it anchored in. It might also hold the thermal pad more firmly to the metal for better heat sinking. Boy, that is a snugga-ugga-dugga, as Steve would like to say. And now it's gone. We got through it, guys. We got through it. We powered through, we persisted, we used Bob Carnes's tip, and we got to where we needed to be. So the moral of the story is always listen to Bob Carnes. Right? I think so. Probably even finish that up. Yeah. It's fine. One more. One more for Steve, because it's not quite against the board. There we go. Wow, that was exciting. That was exciting. Who else is excited? Bob made me do it. That's a good hashtag. All right, moving on. We're gonna put those zip ties in. So a little cable management. If you haven't seen this before, this is a fun little thing. So this guy, get out of the side view so you guys can see this. Let's get the angled view. This guy right here is a printed tool that serves two purposes. The first is for guiding zip ties, which we're gonna do right now. So I'm gonna rotate this, and then you'll get to see the second when we get the, well, no, again, remembering what kit I'm working on, we're not hanging in X-axis in this one. So we're gonna just use it to guide cable ties. But if you were doing the 3.9 or the 4 upgrade, it acts as a hanger when you're aligning the Z-axis for redoing that, which is cool. It is one of the 45 printed parts that is not actually used. There's one other for aligning the gearbox on the neck extruder on the other kits as well. So technically there are 43 printed parts that are used on a fully set up Mark IV. More useless Prusa trivia for you. All right, so what's happening here is we have these little hooks. I refer to these hooks with my handy dandy Bondus pointer. Inside the box here, they're punched out. Let's see if we can get in close for you guys so you can see this. Focus, focus. So if you look here inside the box, there's some knockouts or some like indents. They've created like loops that these cable ties are going to zip around, and that's going to allow us to cleanly route all of our wiring in here when we get to that step. But before we do that, all we're going to do is we're going to set these to go. So the trick I like to do is I like to pre-curl my ends, And the whole reason for the tool I showed you is because we don't want, if we were just to put this in here without it, it's gonna end up going under the board and then you're gonna get all frustrated and not be able to pull it out. But when I put it on here and I pre-curled my end, it creates a little hook that allows me to pull it up and just lay it flat on there for when we get around to routing cables. Pretty clever, huh? All right, so a little pre-curl. And we're gonna do it 4 times in no particular order. So I just put my little hook at the bottom here and it gets caught in that, and this just deflects it back. Oops, I missed. Black on black is really tough to see, especially when your fat hands are blocking the way. Go on this one here. All right, let's keep moving here, huh? The dinner gets cold. Actually, dinner is cold tonight. It's made like a chicken salad thing. It's gonna be good. I'm gonna eat the heck out of that. Earning my meals today. Yeah, the gadget, Mike, does it have an official name? I don't know. The gadget is handy. I like multi-purpose gadgets especially. All right, there we go. So you can see we've laid our cable ties in place, and that's gonna be nice and clean for when we're ready to zip tie in our cables and do our wire management, cable management later. All right, and it says, going back to the directions, it says we're good, X holder, zip tie guidance, correct orientation of the zip tie. We've noted that. We did it for all they're calling it protrusions, but it says now we can put it back on its feet. So that is what we shall do. Back to your feet, mister. All right. Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this. It says here that it's time to eat Haribo. I'm not gonna eat Haribo because it's gonna ruin my dinner and I think I'm gonna get booed for that. But it looks like they've allotted quite a bit of Haribo because they give you the same size bag, but there's a lot less work to be done. So you get like a quarter, maybe a fifth. What is that? It's like a fifth of the Haribo. Carefully and quietly open the bag. Sure. Fun fact for Prusa facts, did you know that gummy bears were first created by a German candy maker named Hans Riegel? Riegel? I don't know if Jan's still with us. Riegel or Riegel? I'm gonna go with Riegel in the 1920s. Well, technically, is eat Haribo a direction? I think it's optional. It does say eat 10 gummy bears right there. All right, don't tell Shane. Don't tell Shane, Bob. Let's see, the X-Buddy board is successfully assembled and mounted to the printer. Let's go to the next chapter, chapter 5, where we're gonna do the XLCD. Cool, we're humming along. Okay, we're gonna get our cable clips. These are, don't judge guys, but these are actually injection molded. These are not printed. But, there's good reason for that. Well, I dropped the parts bag. Probably gonna need that. Yeah, I can go in here with the other printed parts. Okay, the cable clips. So for those who've been through this before, you know, like back in the day, it would tell you like, oh, you know what, just tuck the LCD cables, these ribbon cables, just tuck them into the channel of the extrusion, which I suppose works, but you know, it was just like, it could be better, right? It could be better. So, we got these cable clips now. Here's one. Get you a close-up on the cable clip. And they are in injection mold, and I'm gonna get all these, I think I need 5, if I'm not mistaken. And we have 6, because like Prusa likes giving you an extra. Who doesn't want an extra, right? Yeah, Mike has a good point that diabetics probably shouldn't follow the steps about eating the gummy bears. I'm surprised there's no warning with the litigious world we live in. But that's forgivable. I think diabetics know. let's see. Okay, so we've got our cable clips, so let's get in close. So I'll show you, let's see, I like the angle view again. So here we go, here's our cable clip. It goes. So these are injection molded. We were debating earlier what type of plastic they were. I'm gonna guess either ABS or polycarbonate. It has a 3 on it. I'm not sure, does anybody know plastic numbers? We have the internet, so somebody could look. But I do know that the reason that there's some injection molded parts now is partly from like the sustainability, reusability initiatives that Prusa does. So if you watch the tour video, you'll see that they grind up a lot of the filament that either doesn't get used for the extrusion lines or some of the old spool sides or anything that they can basically salvage and reuse. They throw into a big old grinder and then they'll use them for injection molding. And this is one of the parts, but there's also the spool holders on the Mini, part of the front frame on the Mini, part of the spool holder, things that are like regularly used and not changing very often. So cable management, so this is a perfect use for something like that, I think, in my humble opinion. So it's gonna have us flip the machine over and we're gonna clip them in on the bottom, so you get a good look at that. I'm gonna back out so you can see this a little bit better. Focus. There we go, look at that. It's angled down. So we're gonna let's orient it so that it's oriented the way it is in the guide. People can see a little bit better. Make sure we're not smashing any cables and we're not letting the print head slam into anything. There we go. Not pinching any cables, that's good. And we're oriented. So in this case, that would be the way that it's oriented in the guide, which is like least accessible for me, but that's not your problem. You are here to watch me work and I'm here to figure out how to make it happen for you. Back up a touch, there we go, focus. Okay, good. All right, so we're gonna take these guys and we're gonna clip them in, and just looking at the instructions again really quick, it's having us do three on the bottom side and 2, okay, so we're gonna do 3 along here with this little wide channel, we're gonna call it, is what the ribbon cable routes through. So those go onto the inside, not the bottom side. So we put that in there first and we just press and it clicks and locks in a very satisfying way. And we do that 3 times up here. Once, twice, come on. It takes some force, some better leverage. There we go, twice. 3 times a lady. Okay, you can kind of make that look like the picture. And we're gonna do 2 more on the smaller extrusion up here. I know it's kind of hard to see black on black again, but I'm doing the best for you guys. You can see it. Snappity-doo. There. That wasn't too bad. And on the top, let's see, get some better focus for focus racking. I guess this is the trade-off with not trusting the autofocus on things. If I don't remember to focus, that's not necessarily better either. All right, and these 2 are gonna go on the top side, and we're gonna go back over here to our screen share view, and you can see, yep, that's all in the same places that we're supposed to have them. 2 there, Actually, this one's only saying put 1 on that side. I did 2. I don't see that really hurting anything, but I guess if I'm not following directions, Shane's gonna come and get me, so we'll just follow instructions. How about that? So if you want to, let's say if I'm gonna back it out, you can see. So I'm just gonna put a tool in there and just pop it out. And it's that easy. Yeah, a little cleaner than routing it through the extrusion channel or just letting it sag. So that's good. Onward. So it does say put 2 on the power supply side, which we did. All right, now we're gonna do the LCD. It was finally revealed, was it this week? Bob can comment. Oh wait, I'm gonna reload that foot while it's flipped. Oh yeah, thanks Bob. That's easy enough. Here, Bob was saying my foot was, this is why the chat's so handy. Cool. There we go. Foot was down low. Same thing, we got a foot in the wrong spot down here. That's okay. Look at all our feet were in the wrong spot, huh Bob? Anyway, I was starting to say before this that it was revealed, I think this week or maybe the end of last, that I think it was like a pretty poorly kept secret, but the LCD is actually a touchscreen. But it wasn't active until very recently. So the latest firmware activates the touch function. Hey, you know what? Is the screen protector already peeled off of this? Did mine not have a screen protector? Oh, is it robbing me of the joy of actually removing the LCD screen protector? I think it's already off. Interesting. Okay, fine. One less thing to do. Back to that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, touchscreen is enabled, and everybody complained because it should have been enabled from the jump, right, Mike? Because it's not fair for people to not get things that they don't know that they're supposed to have at the time they purchased it. Like, something can't get better after they've already decided to purchase it. That's just not allowed. It's not allowed. Also, people are ridiculous. All right, we're gathering parts. We've got, let's see, these are extra thermal pads. I'm gonna put these in my spare bag. I'm telling you guys, you get a lot of extra parts. If you're into extra parts and extra value, this could be the kit for you. You know what I'm saying? You feeling me? My spares bag went. I'll just put it in the bin of holding for now. All right, so we need our reflector. We got a reflector here. I'll tell you about the reflector in a second. If you don't know about the reflector, I already showed off. I've got my LCD here. You get a pull of your tea. Blueberry hibiscus, so yummy. We've got that and our printed parts. So printed parts here. So. The default printed parts are the brackets that would hold the LCD to the frame. I think what I will do is I'm going to install the ones that are designed for the enclosure, and they're very similar. I'll show you here. I'll go to the top view and you can see this real quick. So let's see. These are the printed parts that would hold the LCD to the front of the frame if you were not enclosing it. These are the ones that are for the enclosure, and it just changes the angle slightly so that it angles it up if it's mounted to the front. It's not a big deal. It's just going to mean that our LCD is not going to be attached to the machine until I get it back in the enclosure. So I hope you guys can cope with that. And if you can't, you know, just chill out. You'll be fine. calm down. Let's go back to our guide, and then we need the frame for the enclosure. Let's see. There we go. We got that. It's a nice printed part. I printed it in PETG, just like it would come from the factory. It's got the little R marking on it, which just says that it's a printed home part, not an E part, which came from the factory. That really doesn't matter to you as the end user. It only matters to the support team, so they can get a sense and an ability to track quality control. If there's a support ticket reported about the quality, they just want to track down where it came from. So we're going to put the reflector into the channel. So for that, you're going to get to see this. So right here, there's a little groove on the inside of the frame bezel, and we've got this nice piece of reflective tape here, and it's just a adhesive backed. I'm gonna peel that off and throw that away, almost. And it just lays right in here. Come on, don't mess it up. They do give you an extra piece if for some reason you mess it up. But the reason for it, if you didn't know, I think a lot of you guys do already know, but there's LCDs that are on the bottom. Sorry, LEDs, not LCDs. There are LEDs right here, here, and here. Here, here, and here. Focus. Come on now. There we go. Look at that. LEDs on the bottom of the LCD assembly that reflect the stats, so they're RGB, and they will change color depending on the status of the print. So if it's in the middle of printing, I believe it's blue, and then the print is done, it'll be green, and if there's an error, it is red. And I'm sure you can put it in disco mode, and there's probably some other, you know, Easter egg hacks and whatnot, but basically it just lays there and it bounces the light down. So if you're sitting over top of a table or whatever, it'll reflect the status down on the bottom. There's another neat little mod on printables. If you have it happen to be like overhanging a shelf or something like that and you can't see that there's light there. For the longest time on my XL, which has the same thing, I didn't know that that existed because it was hanging over the edge of a desk. And you can just print a little piece of like transparent PLA or PETG that clips on there so that you get a nice illumination of your status light. And boy, don't tell Steve, that was a little bit sloppy. I'm hanging over my side though. The reflector's kind of hanging over the edge there. I might have to redo that. I'm gonna redo that. I'm gonna lay it flat. I was trying to do it in the air, and I think that was my problem. So let's come over here. Let's do, let's go wide. Go wide here a sec. And I'll just, I think we have enough adhesive. I've got a spare one, so if I have to. Excuse me. Sorry, mic warning. I hope that wasn't too loud, guys. All right. Come on. Yeah. Pooch takes 1 hour just trying to get the reflective LED tape right. Okay, that's better. I feel a lot better about that, guys. I hope you do too. Guys and gals. All right. There we go. Much better, much better. Okay, so that's good. We've got a reflective tape on. Back to the guide. Okay, it's gonna have us prep the ground pin, which is down in here. So I'm gonna get that handy dandy bit out. That's this guy. This guy. And we need some square nuts, and we need some eights. Okay. And what let's see, we put the reflector in, that's great. Now we're gonna put the printed part on the back of the LCD. So in this case, I know that I'm using this guy. You know what? This is for a Mark III. I need the ones in the bag for a Mark IV. Yeah, so in the enclosure kit, it comes with these already printed for you, but you could certainly go to printables and print them yourself as well. And what I want is make sure. Okay, that's the stock one. That is, nope, these are also Mark III. All right, I'm off to grab another bag. None of these are the ones that I want, but I do have them. I know I have them. And so we'll go get them. Talk amongst yourselves. Just wandering off screen into another room that has a lot of boxes that's just full of all kinds of things. Goodies. Things I've printed over the years, you know. Let's see, we've got some ASA parts in there. That's not what I want. This is also not what I want. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna check another spot. Hang tight, guys, I swear, I've got it. Worst case, we will just mount it to the front of the machine like a normal person. Aha! Huzzah, I say, huzzah. Eureka? Is Eureka an acceptable exclamation in this case? He's back. All right, they are this. This is the Mark IV printed part for the LCD to mount to the enclosure. Yay, we got through it. I'm gonna move this guy out of the way just for a second. Throw that down there. I'm gonna put these down here and I'm gonna press in the square nuts. So we need 2 square nuts. All the channels these days for the square nuts on the printed parts have a nice extra little relief in them, I suppose, so that you can use the end of a hex key to really seat that in there well. So if we're getting close, it's getting close over here. This is my better close-up cam. Angle. Oh, look at that, that's really close. Focus. There you go. So you can see that square nut just fits so nicely in there. And we got a little channel in there so we can press it in. Ta-da! Ta-da, I say. These are the things that impress me. I know it doesn't impress other people the way it impresses me, but I geek out on this. I like it. That is perfectly seated, and if I look in there, I can see the threads line up with the hole very nicely. Let's get in. Come here. There we go. Let's get in there. How's that look? Yeah, you like the fancy camera effects, Bob? We're all about production value here. All right, instructions. So I've got my, let's see, with the Prusa logo facing toward me, That's gonna go, fumble. The hook's only on one side, but there is a recess there, and it looks like for a version, there might have been a version of the board that had maybe some expansion, maybe a USB-C or something that was there, but this is the correct part for this. And depending on what version you had, the ground plug will attach in different spaces potentially. So this is our mount for the enclosure again. So this is going to look a little bit different, but do not fear. It will all be okay. Do I have this backwards? Now you've got me, you got me second guessing it. Yeah, I think that's because this guy, no, that's right. There's an extra set of holes. Moving over into the screen, top view. So there's an extra set of holes in this guy because I think there's different versions of this board where you may have had to line up the top or the bottom hole. So I don't know if you can see, but this one's lining up. Anyway, more than you care about right now. All right. I'm confident that I'm doing, okay, so we got that, and we're looking in here, and we've got the hook around the end it's telling us to, and then we're gonna drop the whole thing into the frame that we put our reflective tape on. Keeping in mind that we want to keep that hook on there. There's just a little catch inside as it drops snugly into place. Boy, I'm just a butterfingers right now. There we go. Come on, what's colliding? Something's colliding. Let's try There we go. Third time's a charm. Here. That's the ticket. Okay. Now this one I know we can just drop on top and that'll be okay. So, in this case, we're gonna use some, I think it said 8s, right? Some M3x8. So let me grab my 8 bin because I didn't have the 8s handy, but don't worry, they're right here. Happen to have a little tray of 8s right here. I know because it says M3x8 right there, because I put that label on there. And these just tap right into the plastic. Bingo bango. That's another thing I say. Ta-da, huzzah, ba-da. Once again, these just tap right into the plastic if you line them up correctly. There it goes. And another one for, let's just make sure we're doing what it's telling us here. We've oriented it there. Now we're going to do our little ground pin. I think I like my process of read instructions, zoom in so you guys can see what I'm doing, and then go back. So let's do that. Let's come in here. A little closer, a little closer. A little steeper angle. And a little focus. There we go. Seems nice. Did we lose some music? What happened to our playlist? Huzzah. Can't work without tunes, guys. I need my music. There we go. So that's our That's where our grounding pin is going. So one of the nice things about the Mark IV too is everything is very well grounded. There are ground wires going to everything, as they should. It's safe. What is that? EMF? I'm like worried about. I don't know. Again, I'm not an electrical engineer. I just know that it's good to make sure that all your earth connections are where they should be, or ground connections, or however you want to say it. Check my audio here. Let's see here again. Oh, like we hit the end of the. We'll just start back up here and do a little shuffle. There we go. Gotta have my smooth build music. Scooby-dooby-doo-doo-doo-doo. There we go. All right. Okay, now we're gonna prep our knob, our ground cable, our PE cable, or our power to earth, I guess is what they're in, our LCD cable. And then we need some 10s and some 6s and a washer. 10s, 6s, and a washer. We can do that. Piece of cake. There's me. There's that. Just get in tight. Look, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. It's exciting. Ha! Ha! Can't fool that thing, man. It's so fast. It's so fast. Okay, we're gonna prep our screws. Let's see, we got our earth cable, all that goodies, all these goodies here. Put those in the bin of holding. Clearing out another bag, baby. You know I love it. Extra parts, extra reflector. Maybe do a project with an extra reflector, something with reflectivity. Yeah, so you can see, got our PE cable, and it's just gonna go right onto there. Just like that. Oh yeah, these wires are beefy. Yeah, I think they're the same gauge as they were before, but they feel like they've got a nicer silicone, maybe. I don't know. They could be vinyl or what's I don't know what the common coating is. Don't let me say the wrong thing, guys. I mean, I'll say it, but. And then we've got our new ribbon cable here, which is like, it's one, but it's two. I guess they did a little splitsies right through there, you know, so that it can be routed nicely into the cable channels. And I'm gonna get 4 10s and 1 6 and a washer. I got my 6 over here. Okay, so I got my 6, I got my washer, and 4 10s. Let me put my 8s over here in between the 6s and the 10s because that's where 8 belongs numerically. Okay, got that. No, I'm not an electrical engineer, nor do I play one on TV. I suppose I could because I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, but I'm choosing not to. Choosing not to, Bob. All right, so it's telling us, let's come back over here. Here, that's me. Hi guys. All right, we're gonna connect the PE cable to the XLCD. Then we're gonna connect the PE cable, we're gonna connect, it's saying it twice. But we're gonna do the ribbon cable and the PE cable. Then we're gonna put the knobby knob on. That's easy. And then it's telling us we're gonna mount it to the front. We're not gonna do that We're not gonna do that because it's gonna go in the enclosure. So what I'm gonna opt to do is I'm gonna skip, what I'll do is I'll come down here, I'm gonna route the wires as if it were attached to the front. I mean, it's easy enough to unhook them later, just for clarity's sake, I suppose. But yeah, we'll just do the routing, and then we'll mount the earth wire onto the buddy board. Yeah, and then see how we feel after that. So let's go back to here. All right. So we're gonna put you over to the side. I'm gonna put you back over here because we don't need the heated bed yet. We'll get to you. We'll get to you eventually. These guys are gonna go into the bin of holding, so they're out of the way. A little bit of organization, guys, while we work is never a bad thing. Never a bad thing. Textile sleeve in there. And we're gonna get this guy back up. I'm surprised I didn't lose any of my little REVO nozzles that I had here. I'm gonna just put those in the bin too for right now so they don't get lost. And we're gonna do the routing. There's not a lot of point to doing the routing even if it's not gonna, no, we're gonna skip that part and we're gonna just attach it to the buddy board. What I'm getting at is, because I'm not mounting it on the face here, because it's going in an enclosure, we're just gonna attach the earth ground like it's telling us in step 17 with the 6 screw and a washer. So everything still gets grounded, and this is all gonna make sense. You'll see once we get back to putting it back in its box. You'll go back in your box and you'll like it. And we're minding, there is some mounts for the cover. So we're just gonna stay clear of that hole. Give it a little ugga-dugga, so that's good. Feeling good about that. Hope everybody is. Black versus silver PSU. So remember I was saying there's some variants. The early Mark IIIs had the silver PSU. My first one did. I've since replaced it with the Delta one. Both worked. The silver one was like a little noisier on the power line and stuff, and so I replaced it with the black. The Power Panic setup's easier because it's integrated on the black. So we're gonna skip forward to black, go to PSU cables, black part preparation. I feel like that jump link worked the way that it was supposed to. Oh, we didn't put our knob on. Guys, can't have an XLCD without a knobby knob on it. Knob on. Click, click, click. Spin, spin, spin. Check. It's good to double check things sometimes. All right, black PSU. Parts preparation. So we've got our 10s and our cover. So I guess we're gonna get the PSU back over here. Ta-da. And we're gonna prep some zip ties and the power cables. That's fine. Connecting the PSU to the earth. So one of the nice things about having the two ends, remember the blade plug clearly goes to the LCD. This the eyelet, the ring crimp, I guess, it's gonna go on the PSU, which is what it's telling us to do here. So I'm gonna go back so you can see what I'm looking at. There we go. So it's just telling me to remove, let's go overhead. No, it won't let me do both. Okay. So it's telling me to remove this screw here to the right of the terminal, left of the terminals, and that's where my earth is gonna go. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm just doing it midair, because that's what I do. Catch. Caught it. See that? I really like the enclosure, Bob. I know I'm biased, and I'm lucky because they were provided to me. I bought one on my own, but a lot of them were provided to me for doing this kind of stuff and for upgrading my farm with. And they've just really, I mean, I don't want to say they've grown on me, but after printing everything in enclosure and realizing how much better, how much more consistently the quality of the prints come out. Stop trying to do things in midair and just do it the right way. It just, the amount of just draftiness or temperature changes, and I just love having the fan, the filter is very effective. Like, you can't smell ABS or ASA at all. The light is awesome, obviously. There's just a lot of little creature comfort things, and then the quality of the parts just seems like just almost perfect. It just, yeah, I love it. And I think it's a fun little kit to put together, and I like that they're stackable and structural. You know, yeah, you could just throw a cardboard, well, you can't. You know, I know a lot of people think you can just, hey, let me get in here. You guys get it. Let's get real for a second. Let's get personal. Here, I'll show you. So a lot of people think I can just throw a cardboard box over my 3D printer and it's gonna work just as well as a enclosure that I pay hundreds of dollars for, and it's not. If you've ever done that before, there's actually a science to like the thermal controls inside there, and you actually don't want to just cook everything that's inside of there, right? So if you are leaving a printer that hasn't been designed to go inside of an enclosure, that's part of the reason that we take the power supply unit, we take the LCD, we take the things that are generating more heat or are more sensitive to heat out. And then there's a lot of additional holes and whatnot to keep the temperature just right in that Goldilocks zone where you're not choking the fan, not the print fan, the hot end fan. If the ambient temperature gets too hot, that kills the ability for the hot end fan to cool the heat break, and then you get clogs and all that stuff. So if you just throw an enclosure or something over top, like without giving any thought to it, like you're just asking for clogs and stuff like that. And so there's more engineering that went into it than I think a lot of people realize. So that's been your enclosure moment with Pooch. That's my thoughts. Going back to this. And okay, we've got our overhead view. So I've got my ground wire on the chassis, and I'm minding that I'm out of the way here because I have to mount the cover back on there, and this can very easily get in the way. So I'm just gonna kind of keep that over to the side where it's not gonna interfere. And we'll give it one more Ugga for Steve. Oh, no, wrong tool. Phillips. There we go. That's good. Feels good. I feel good about that. And let's see, we got our earth mounted back to the guide view. Yep, and it's showing that I want the crimped end up, which I do because I follow directions. Somebody tell Shane. Rant. It wasn't a rant, it was like a public service announcement, Mike. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. What do you think, Bob? Do you have an enclosure? Do you like the enclosure? I like the stackability. Like I've had like 3 of them stacked on top of each other. I've put some of the TT boxes on top of it. Like, they're solid. They are absolutely solid. And there's some interesting mods too if you want like the flip top mod, or you know, if you're really concerned about fire safety, they got the blaze cut options and stuff like that. I don't know, I don't want to jinx it, but I have yet to see an open flame on any 3D printer, and I know I'm just begging for it by saying that, but I guess it's possible. And if you're concerned, like there's the blaze cut fire suppression kit is probably a good cheap insurance for you, and putting it all inside of a big metal box, also good. All right, we're gonna connect the power supply unit. So the two red fork wire connectors, we're gonna slide them into the positive terminals, and then we're gonna do the negatives right next to it. And I think we're all forks on one side, and then we route underneath and into the, so I'm kind of like, I'm just skipping over this cable management for just a second because of the wonderful things it does. I wanted to look, yes, so they're ring lugs on the side of the main board, and they are forks on the side of the power supply. So that is our tell, and it says that right here. If I stop to read that part, yeah, okay, all right. So let's do that, and we'll route it. And it's actually gonna all go in its textile sleeve, so that it can route out to the power supply on the back of the enclosure. All right, so I got my fork lugs. I'm gonna flip the whole printer over. We're gonna go to the top. Just looks like a mess. It's fine though. Slow down, slow down. This is part of the reason I don't, maybe it's part of the reason they don't have you do that final hookup. It doesn't, that was dumb. It doesn't matter because, again, the power supply is not mounted. Ugh. Yeah, having the X-axis and the Y-axis sliding around. Best to not have anything connected till the very end so we don't backfeed the board. All right, so we're doing forks. We are going to put the reds, so I give myself a little bit of space. Pull the wires apart just a touch, because I like it to work more easily. I make sure these are all loose. They are still loose from when I took off the old ones. And I slide the fork under the square clamp, I guess we'll call it, on the power supply. So I don't know if you noticed that or not, but there is the screw goes through a square washer or clamp. There are photos of it for you to look at right here if you are so inclined. And they go underneath. So don't just put them on top where the screw is, and then the screw will split the blades apart and you'll get a bad connection. And then Shane will be mad at you, and you will not get to eat Haribo, and you're potentially creating a fire hazard. Maybe not a fire hazard, but definitely an electrical faux pas. I don't know. You're not getting a good connection, which leads to things overheating, which leads to the bad things happening. So let's just not tempt that, okay, guys? Okay, that was a mini rant for you. Sure, we can look at that angle. So, right there, red's on the left, black's on the right, matches the photo. Feeling good about life. Okay, and then we're gonna connect the power panic. Cookie TM has arrived, everyone, has entered the chat. Welcome, Cookie. We are happy to have you. Thank you for spending your evening with us. I am just about to add this power panic cable right here to the power supply in a glorious click. Maybe a glorious click. Oh, if I orient it correctly. There we go. Yep. I mean, V negative, V positive. It's saying white for now. That's kind of weird. I never noticed that before. I mean, there's only one way for the plug to go in, but I'm noticing now that white is the V negative and black is the V positive, which I don't know. I thought black was always supposed to be the negative, but maybe not in this context. I don't know. I'm just gonna trust the way that the crimp is. All right, we got the connectors in. Okay, so in this case, I am going off script here for a moment because I do what I want. And I am going to connect these back to the board because I know they all go back to the board. I know exactly where they go. I'm gonna put the textile sleeve around this so that the power supply stuff is done, and then we can skip a bunch of this cable routing stuff because the power supply in my case is going on the back of the enclosure, and we would just be taking all of those wires out again if we were to follow the enclosure install directions. And I've already been there and done that, and I know that. So I am opting to do it my way. All right. One of these is power in, and one of these is heat bed in, and one of it, it shouldn't matter because they're both coming from the same place, but we're gonna double check where it's telling us. I can't imagine whether that would matter in the slightest. But coming down here, it's just saying yes. Now in this case, we're doing red, black on this side. Is that potentially confusing to some that are not initiated? Maybe, but it is marked pretty well on here. I suppose that's just what you get when a power supply company does it one way. They don't make the power supplies, but they do make the board. So that was a decision, and I guess it was considered to be a safer decision than matching the power supply side. All right, we're gonna find our special screws for the power supply because those I don't have extras of in a bin. So these overhead are the side angle. Ta-da! Power terminal screws as indicated on the bag. That's a long time to be showing you screws. I'm gonna work on my quality. Oh, Thomas Williams. Yep, going off script. I know. I live dangerous, Tom. Can I call you Tom? I feel like we just met, but I want to call you Tom. Mostly because I'm too lazy to say all of the Thomas. But yes, it's semi off script because technically I would just be undoing it to go on script to do the enclosure instructions, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to spend that time. I apologize. I know if somebody's watching back and goes, what the heck is he doing? Mine doesn't look anything like this. That's true, but you know what? Everybody does it a little bit differently. I think we've seen here, we've got a great build guide, and if you follow the guide the way you're supposed to, you're gonna end up with a good result. And I am confident in you and your abilities to do so. I am doing this to save time for me because at the end of the day, I need this to work in the application that I am working with, which is to enclose this machine. This zip tie is getting in my way, so I'm gonna move it over here. So should we do, you guys want an overhead? What do you think, overhead? I actually had a better zoom. I think what I might do if I get another camera, I need to put something with like a better zoom function, like straight overhead. It'd be awesome to have like that OBSBot up there, but because like having that ability to control the zoom remotely is awesome, but that's a bit of a pricey solution. Like I need something where I can control the zoom and focus overhead remotely, but not break the bank. Now taking suggestions. Right now it's just a C920, one of the classic Logitechs, which works, and there is like some digital zoom I can do through the control software that I have, but maybe I don't have the right software. I don't know. I just wish there wasn't like different program for every camera control. It's so rad being able to use the Stream Deck to control mostly everything. Cool if it can be Stream Deck controllable. Also, like if they had a Stream Deck that had, if you can't really see what I'm gesturing at here, but they had like Stream Deck that had like a little rotary knob, just like our LCD here. So it could do little fine controlled zooms. Maybe they do. Somebody tell me. If you know in the chat, if you're like a gearhead and you know about it, I mean, help a brother out, right? Let's go back to the directions here. All right, we did that. And then we also did that. So we're like crushing it, guys. Yep. We've tightened the screws gently but firmly. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I feel like I did that. So, you know. Yeah, we're writing the script as we go, Bob. You know that. You've seen me. You know how I operate. I shoot from the hip, man. No scripts. We're going off Prusa's script. I mean, I guess technically the build guide is the script, right? So extras, no, these we're gonna need later. I'm gonna lose these, but I'm gonna put them in my little Steve tray over there. All right, I mean, I think we're doing okay. This isn't the fastest build I've done, but you know, I'm not known for speed. I'm not known for expeditiousness. I'm known for levity, not brevity, as I like to say. Oh, they do? A Stream Deck with 4 knobs? I'll bet it's expensive. Ooh, look at that. Thanks, Mike. Have you tried it? I bet it's pretty cool. Let's see. It's having us do. Oh, that's the silver PSU. So we're gonna skip over this because we don't have that. We don't have any of these things to worry about because that's for silver people. Skipping. And securing power supply. Okay, so in this case, we're not doing that. So I'm gonna take this opportunity to wrap my textile sleeve, and it's this one. I'm gonna take this opportunity to wrap this in a textile sleeve, and I would love it if any of you guys have, because I've yet to find anybody. Let's go overhead. Like, give me a good pro tip for like how to quickly and efficiently put wire into a textile sleeve. Because it's kind of a cumbersome process, and like sometimes I get lucky and I can kind of flare it open and like the cable lands in the right place and then it doesn't, and I don't know. So I just kind of like jam it in there. That's my very technical way, and then just do wiggling and sliding. I don't know. I feel like I've seen people like, you know, you can put a screwdriver in there and you can kind of like work that open and let the cable land in there. I mean, I have to imagine somebody that does this all day, every day has like some sort of lightning technique. Like there's somebody on a line in China or wherever they, you know, have like workers just wrapping stuff in this kind of cable, and they're just like, rip, just like that, rip. I am not one of them. I am not one of them. Thankfully, I don't think I would do well in an environment like that. I would not survive well in a factory environment. I don't know. What do you guys think? Could I cut it? I mean, I could do it, but I'm very thankful that it's not my regular job. So I'm gonna just tweak this so these kind of like lean inward a little bit better. There we go. Firmly but tightly, loosely but tightly. And I'm double checking here, and I got red, black, negative, positive, negative. Right? Bob, does that look right to you? Double check me. It's the whole reason you're here. Bob Carnes has a gadget for cables like this. Is it you holding out on me, Bob? You got the secret gadget for this? Because the trick is like you got to get it so that it's all laying on top of each other, and then you give it a little twisty, just a little twistaroo, you know, twistaroo. Kind of locks everything in. All right, that's good. That's fine. Oh, it's a printable cable wrap thing. All right, I'm gonna open this up. I gotta see this, guys. I'm opening the link. Here, we're going screen share. This is Bob's. Look at that. It's a wire loom guide. Look at this. Also, look at, I got way more Prusa meters than you guys. Suck it. Ha. Maybe not. I'll bet Bob has a ton of Prusa meters. Look at that. That's pretty cool. I mean, I can kind of see what you're doing here. So you just kind of slot that in there. Let's see. Modify the original Dot Scott one. Oh, I gotta print that. I've been doing it manually like a sucker the whole time, Bob. Good hookup. I love it. Let me throw that a like, and we'll give it a download right now. That is downloading. That is already downloaded. That's how fast. You see that? That's how lightning fast my internet is here. Okay, we're guiding some Z motor cables on the left. That's easy. We're gonna put the motor cable adapters on. That's easy. All right, we're gonna start connecting some cables, guys. Things are happening. Things be happening. Let's see. Okay, so now, and then it's gonna tell us to connect the LCD cables. Yep. Okay, all right, I see what's happening here. You're face to face with greatness and it's strange. Da, 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 da. And then we do REVO again. All right, let's do it to it. Okay. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get our zip ties, zips. Come back here and watch me work. Watch me work. No, too wide. I gotta re-aim that. All right, so per the notes, I'm just routing this stepper. So once again, on the 3.5, we are reusing all the motors that came with the Mark III. So we lose the very fine, the VFA. So on the Mark IV, there are 0.9 degree steps, so we get a little bit finer grain control on print quality, but boy, do you have to have an eye for that kind of thing to see it. I have tried it. I'm gonna look. I'll have to print and maybe show you guys some more in the future. I'll see if I can get some good photos. And you can tell me if you can see the difference. But it'll be good for helping you guys decide if you decide you want to go all the way to full-blown 4 or if you want to just do a 3.5. I'll tell you what, you save a lot of time not having to take all these steppers and everything apart. And if it gets you, what, 80%, 90% of the way, that's pretty good. It's pretty good in my book. All right, so I'm attaching Z left here. I'm just clicking them in. I'm gonna route so because I'm not having to do any of the extra cable management underneath, like technically these clips that we put in aren't really necessary right now, but I'm gonna leave them there in case this ever comes out of the enclosure and it's redone. So the only real management we've got to do is we're gonna do some zip ties to get the left and right X in place. So that's easy. I'm clipping on I just did the left X. I'm gonna do the right X now. So we're just putting on a little adapter. I'll go overhead so you can see it. So easy as can be, just clicks in and basically it adapts to this smaller connector that works with the buddy board. And then I plug it in where it says ZR for the right. These are all very well easily marked inside of there. And I'm happy that that's the case. And we're gonna take some more cable ties. We're running a little bit low, but I have no less than 10,000 baggies of them. So we'll just bust open another one. And get this all wrapped up and put to bed. Get some dinner. What's everybody having for dinner tonight? That's a handy model, Bob. I'm excited about that, actually. I think that'll be a nice little fun thing to play with. Love the ingenuity. I wonder if that's a remix of somebody else's design? What was it about the design that you remixed? I didn't look at the original. Like, what makes yours better? Tell me. Tell me. Zip ties. Has there been a greater invention than the cable tie in this day and age? I mean, it is like, I think it's an unsung hero. I mean, you can use zip ties for everything, man. And I do. Probably would have liked to gone through that zip tie with that, but it's fine. We get another one here. So that's on. So, okay, I'm gonna say those are good. And let's see, we got some, do some inspection here, make sure these wires are good. So I'm gonna do my y-axis, I'm gonna route through the cable clips. I'm gonna take my extra cable clip, even though it said to just put one there, I'm gonna put two, because I do what I want. Give you guys a little side view, a little angle view. Oh, wake up. That's what you see when it didn't go to plaid. I know you guys thought I went to like ludicrous speed or plaid, but that's just the camera going to sleep. It's stupid, I know. After 30 minutes and I can't turn it off. There is no way. Don't tell me. I know, I've looked, I've tried everything. It's just an older camera and it does not have a way to disable the display sleep. It doesn't put the actual camera to sleep, it puts the display to sleep, and it links the HDMI out to that display. So if the display is off, the HDMI out is off, which to me is not the best design ever, but this was before the time. This camera is probably 10 years old now, before the time of like regular streamer, you know, using using that kind of camera for streaming, I suppose. It doesn't have a clean HDMI out either. I had to do this like hack where I found somebody created some script that you put on the SD card and it like gets rid of a bunch of the stuff on the output. Okay, now you can't see what I'm doing. Going back to the overhead. My head's in the way. See, this is why the angle is good. I just gotta better. The junk's piling up. Okay, back in here. So we're connecting the Y because I feel like it. That's Y. Heyo. Okay, good. And then we need to do our X, but it's not telling us to do the X yet. We're not gonna do the X just yet. The X is gonna come through the top here. So right now it's just having us getting everything in this channel here for our zip ties ready. And then the last thing in that bundle, well, let's see. Yes, the last thing that's coming through this bundle will be the ribbon cable, okay? And the side that we want to connect is the one without. Let's double check our instructions. That would be LCD cable. Make sure that the cable getting connected to the safety latch. Don't make me go back. Which end is it? I think the sticker end is the one that goes closer to the LCD, but for that we have to go back to the I guess maybe it doesn't matter. It's not telling us with label or without label, is it? Okay. Well, maybe it doesn't matter. I thought there was an instruction that said the sticker side goes on one or the other, but I guess worst case we just flip it around if we have to. And it's not clear from the directions or from the photos, like if this is the sticker side or the not sticker side. So connectors are the same, pins are the same, orientation would be the same, red wire up, so Pooch says it doesn't matter. Pooch is going for it. Click. That's a satisfying click. Click. All right, and we're gonna zip tie these all into place. Bob says his remix was so that he could add wires as he went. Well, that sounds like a good reason to remix. Bob, I approve. Not that you need my approval, but you have it. Okay. So I'm gonna just loosely start that cinch for my motors and for the LCD cable. And make sure I have all the wires in there, and then I will get the tension the way that I want it to be. So I think some of these we have a good amount of excess on. Yeah, that Y has got a little excess on it, but we'll do the excess up at the top. And let's see, and I'll get my LCDs, because this, so ultimately this ground wire and the LCD, the ribbon cable, are going to go into their own textile sleeve as well. So we will start to tighten this bundle. Again, making sure that everything is kind of up and out of the way. And then we'll really kind of start to crank down on it. Feeling better and better and better about this. Okay. Go. Go. That is great. I'm feeling good about that. Okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't look. Okay, it's the one you recommend. It's not a remix you did. Okay, well, thank you for clarifying. I want to give credit where credit is due. Okay, so I'm gonna put this stuff, going to the top view here. I'm gonna take these now. So by these, I mean the LCD ribbon cable and the PE cable, the earth cable, and I'll put it in this textile sleeve. And then we're gonna connect it to our LCD, which is right here, and then we'll have that tucked away so it's ready to be mounted to the enclosure. And you know what? We're not going to connect it. I'm sorry. We're not going to connect it to the LCD just yet because we have to route the cables down and out of the. We just have to disconnect it to mount it. So I think what I'm going to do is just put the XLCD over with the enclosure. See, now if I had Bob's favorite tool, I'd been done with this by now. Here I am once again, like a sucker, just manually struggle bussing with the cables. But More fun for you guys to watch that way, I suppose. I don't know. Who doesn't like watching Pooch struggle with stuff, right? And then it's easy for me to take blame when it's like I only have myself to blame. All right. Look at that. Oh, that feels good. Zip, 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 zip. All right, hear me out, hear me out. What if we had textile sleeves with a zipper, right? Zzz. Sure, yeah, that's gonna add a lot of unnecessary expense, but man, would that feel nice. It's like a little coat for your wires, right? And it's like, hey, zip up, it's cold out. Right? No? Nobody? Okay, just me. All right. I'm gonna trim these excess, making sure I only have that. I'm gonna trim the excess cable tie end off because I do a tidy install, everybody, ladies and germs. And this is good because I got plenty of room to navigate for all the rest of the stuff. So we're getting there. We're getting there. The next extruder, so technically I probably should have left this guy open. I could redo it if I wanted, but I can also just zip another thing around this bundle here, which I may do because we have so many zip ties. So the next extruder bundle, basically everything coming off, it's not the next extruder technically, it's the hot end bundle is going to go into this, and then this will plug in here. And to keep that clean, we'll zip it here, and we'll probably do another one in there. But that's fine. We got plenty of room for that. This connector right here underneath it is, I'll just say, it just says Excel. It just says Excel, and it isn't used, but you can get a sense of what that could be for if you were paying attention. I know you are. I know you are paying attention because you're good. A little bit of tea. Ethan, welcome. If the connectors are the same, then it shouldn't matter much. If they did a twist in the cable, it would still twist. It would. You're right. You're right. I think I was just being overly cautious. Let's see. Cookie TM says HDMI cables should have never been invented. I guess? I don't know. Let's see. Maybe I missed something. I don't know, he said having a thing. Hey, Brit's in the chat. Hi, Brit. Good to see you. Sorry, I'm getting caught up. Unacceptable, I should redo it. Speed runs only, yeah. I wasn't feeling like speed running. I mean, honestly, I've had so many people say, oh, there should be a build contest and people zip through. Like, I have to say, like, I don't work at the Prusa factory, but short of the Prusa factory, I want to know who else has as many builds under their belt as I do. Because by the time I'm done I've done 30 plus Mark IIIs. I'll have done at least 30 Mark IVs of their various upgrades by the time they're done. I mean, not to brag, but I've done a lot of Prusa, All right, let's go back to the directions here. It says it's Haribo time again. Somebody eat Haribo for me, please. I'm not doing Haribo right now. We did all that, that's good. It says that's it. That's it for that. So we're gonna go onto the heat bed next, which is good because we're rounding the corner. We got about 30 steps in there, and what does it want for extruder upgrade? When I was doing this with Bill, I skipped ahead just to look at this for a second because it has you bundling there is really no reason to undo the loom. But we'll talk about that in a second. That's I'm skipping ahead. Let's do the heat bed upgrade, and then we can talk about the extruder. Difficulty moderate. Challenge accepted. Let's do moderate. Okay. Let's I'm gonna clear this out of the way for a second. We keep a tidy workspace, as I like to say. And now that we're tethered back to this, I'm gonna just put that here. I think as I refine my studio space here, I definitely need a little staging table for back here. So I'll come up with something. I always do. Bob, you should do it. Go to Prague, and I'm sure Joe would be happy to have you just go build printers for him. I would love it if you would build one. I will order another one, and then you can sign it. And I want one specifically that came from Bob Karn's workbench. That is what I want. That is all I want for Christmas. Make it happen, please. Dun, dun, dun. All right, this is the old. I'm gonna put this in the box with the old stuffs, just in case someday I need another thermistor for an old Mark III heat bed, which I probably never will. But because I hoard things, I will. Go to the top view. You can watch me like peel this foil tape off meticulously. So I gotta have a clean heat bed to start with. We got our danger zone, danger hot zone. Who doesn't love a good foil tape? Very satisfying. These are the little slow things that really just like kill the speed runs. Dun, 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 da, 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 da. That's exactly right, Brandon. I hoard. What do I do with the old parts? I hoard. I sold a couple. I had a couple people asking me if I was selling the old EINSI boards, so because they just wanted to fix them. So I I just, you know, $40, smoking deal, because I think an EINSI board will still cost you $100. You can still buy them on the Prusa shop. People still like their, you know, spare parts. They're not looking to change stuff, but I'll probably keep a couple. I don't know, maybe I'll eBay. I mean, you could definitely build. I would love it if somebody like wanted to build like some sort of like ridiculously crazy, you know, 10 controller Frankenstein of a printer. Back to that. All right, back to instructions. So we're gonna prep, oh, look at that, another empty bag to the trash with you. All right, we got little dime baggie, Kapton and foil tape with the new thermistor that's got the better connector, and another empty bag. Away with you. So, for this part, this is fun and easy. Who doesn't like a fun and easy? We're gonna look at the same spot we just peeled off of. We're gonna plop down our new thermistor right in the target zone, right here, top view, right here, right there, right in the circle. Right in the circle, that's where it's gonna go. That's where it's gonna go. And there we go, kind of see it. This way, everything's backwards. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna put it right there. So we'll take this out. We are going to unwrap it like so, ba-boom. Now, for the observant amongst you, there are two different sides to this thermistor. One has kind of like an exposed kind of foil lead side, and the other has like its own little Kapton-esque covering. I don't know if it's actually Kapton, but anyway, that side's gonna be up per the instructions. If you miss the spot, you will not get a correct reading. right? So do not miss the circle, Brandon. It says you won't get a good reading if you're not in the circle. We are exactly centered in the circle, so there's like the tip of the probe, and I'm looking at the directions here, and they're saying don't do that side up. We got that, and if we look closely, well, that's it. That's as close as you get. Close as you get, right here. We're putting the probe right in the circle. And we're coming, so here, now, orientation matters. So coming back to the top view, or angle view. I'll rotate it this way because, heaven forbid, I tape it down and I realize my wire's running off the wrong side of the board. Don't ask me why I know not to do that. And this is one thing they actually don't give you extra of as a warning. Like, you get one piece of foil tape and one piece of Kapton, so get it right, guys and gals. Guys and gals. Yeah, approach from the right angle. There we go. And as we all know, the angle of the dangle is proportionate to the heat of the meat. We learned that from Beavis and Butthead way back in the day. Maybe something else before that, I don't know, but there you go. There's a Beavis and Butthead reference for you guys. You're welcome. Okay. One other thing, I don't remember if they tell you this. Let's go back to the instructions just to double check. And let's X out of that. Let's see, stick to the heat but only the center of the thermistor. We need to double check the correct position. Fuel and tip slightly. Okay, good. Yeah. Oh, that's another good tip. It says here, like, lay a piece, or lay that down there, and the magnets actually hold it in place nicely. So one thing to watch for in terms of where to align the tape, you can see there's a hole, top view. There's a hole for where the screws are coming through to mount. So we obviously don't want to lay over that. So we're going to bias left, and it's saying just put it over that so we can check alignment. That's looking good to me. Let's get this exact angle again here. So I'm feeling good about it, and then I'm gonna spread down and away, just like it's saying inside. And that is a nicely laid piece of foil tape right there, ladies and gentlemen. I want to brag, but man, am I good at foil tape. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that, empty bag, throw it away. Empty backer from a sticker, throw that away. We're cleaning up. We're cleaning up. Approach from the correct angle. How's that sound, Ethan? Better? Cookie, what maintenance have I done to Mark III's on the y-axis? I replaced bearings, but I have an odd sound still. Okay, so the y-axis is the axis I love to hate. It's the axis of evil. And historically, it's because the variant of the Mark III I had used the old loop bolts, the U-bolts. Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't know if that's the ones that you had as well. Hold on, I gotta focus here on getting my Kapton down, and then I'll continue this story for you about the axis of evil. Okay, all right, we're on. I don't like a lot of wrinkle, or much or any, if possible, in my Kapton. But man, is this stuff finicky. Come on, no bubbles. Okay, I'm just gonna say right now, guys, this is not my best Kapton work right here. I think I got cocky after the foil tape. I got a little cocky after the foil tape, and I might have jinxed it, but you know what? It's gonna work. It's gonna be fine. Everything's fine. It's fine, everything's fine, as Joel likes to say. Yep, we haven't covered any holes. It's holding it down. It's angled correctly. That is acceptable. I'll show it. It's not, I'm gonna call this like B level work, because I got a little bit of a fold here, you know. This could be a little flatter. There we go. Rotato. No air bubbles. Keep it down. Get it down. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna give that a solid B. You know, not a B plus, not a B minus, just a B. And then this guy will go under the clamp when we get to that, which is coming up. Heat bed cable assembly. Back to that. Parts preparation. All right. We need 2 10s, 2 washers, 2 nylocks. 2 nylocks. So I got some 10s right here. Wait, these are the 4 10s I prepped earlier for something. And then I didn't use them? Oh, must not be important, right? Anyway, 2 10s, 2 washers. Two nylocks. When is Rapid TCT happening, Brandon? I did hear that it was in LA this year. I'm sure I could look it up, but I would rather you tell me right now. Okay, I'm getting these ready, and we're going on to heat bed cable assembly part 1. Yep. Okay, so this one it's saying we don't use the side with the tag. Why these are directional, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but apparently they are. The heat bed cable comes in its own baggie, which I have right here. Here. Right here. You can see the full thing. Opening the bag, I have another textile sleeve. Got big honkin' beefin' heckin' cables. I've got a nylon piece of guide cord for keeping some rigidity on that. And oh, look at that. They put the Wi-Fi in that bag too. So I get the Wi-Fi there. So then I get an empty bag goes away. Bye-bye. Oh, and one solitary lone taller spacer. These are not the same size, by the way. Here, come here, look at this. Come here, get in close. This is not the same size as the ones that were on the bed before, okay? I wanna say these are 7 mil, these are like 9 or 12, I don't know, but this is just decidedly taller. Here, get you in here, right here, see? Getting close, zoomy zoom zoom, and a boom boom. There we go. New one, taller. Old one, shorter. Taller, shorter, taller, shorter. There you go. That's how that works. So I tell you this because it looks a lot like it. You might want to grab the wrong thing, and I'm just going to save you some time and trouble right now. That's the tall boy that goes in the center, but we'll get to that. Form next, September Chicago in the US, and June 25 to 27 for TCT in LA. It's possible. I know I'll be at Open Sauce the weekend before that, which is 15-16. Maybe that's 2 weeks. 2 weeks before that? Doesn't quite line up, does it? Yeah, that is 2 weeks. 15-16 is the weekend before. But LA is an easy trip for me, so it's possible. Stranger things have happened. Okay. We're lining this up. It says do not use the side with the labels on it. I don't know why that matters. These are unidirectional heating wires, guys. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna do the black one first. We're gonna flip our heat bed over. And we are going to put the black on the one that says ground, GND, with the crimp end up. Excuse me. The seasonal allergies are starting to come in. I don't know if any of you guys have it, but it's getting to be that season. Claritin season for me, or maybe it's Allertech for you, or Zyrtec, or I don't know, some other fancy allergy medicine. Tell me your allergy medication on the stream. It's sharing time. Maybe the labels get in the way of the cover? It's possible. You know what? And what did I probably go ahead and do? I installed the side with the label. I put it on the wrong side, even though it told me not to, Bob, just because I can. What if I just tore the label off? Because I do what I want. Shane gonna come get me because I didn't follow directions again? Probably. That guy's always lurking. Follow directions. All right, there we go. At least I caught myself before I got it fully tightened. Nasacort and Allegra every day. Oof. Every day. Yeah, in the thick of it, I'll do like a little Flonase. And some Claritin, I guess. If it's really bad, the Claritin D. So I like that Suda, get that pseudo in there. All right, and I'm gonna guess the next step is we're gonna go on to the red one. I'm intuiting that. Yep, we did that. I didn't use the wrench, I used a pair of needle nose. Don't tell anybody. Magnets. Magnets. How do they work? What happened to my other 10? If you're ever missing a screw and you're working on the magnetic bed, there's a good chance it's stuck to the bed somewhere. In this case, it is not. Oh, it's over here. I'll put it over here where it would be safe. And it was. It is. And it is. It is safe. It's a safe space for all screws and nuts and bolts and people, animals. Promote a safe space, safe stream here. Yeah. I think you're right. I think Shane is always, Santa Shane is always watching. And you find out at Christmas time, and you don't get that Christmas bonus. All right. All right. Oh yeah, the T-nut driver. Steve showed me that thing. So Bob says in the chat, he's saying as a tool recommendation, there's a T-nut shaped driver that comes with RC cars that is great for printer building. I think I know what you're talking about. It's like that little, well, you're saying it's a T-nut shaped nut driver. But I've seen ones that are also like a little wheel. I think Steve was showing me the wheel one that like ratchets. It's like a little finger ratchet style maybe. Is that similar to what you're talking about? Yeah, because I've got chatty. I got chatty, Andrew. It's fine. I've not been hustling. I got no hustle in me right now. That's fine. Cookie, you had the flu for 5 days? That sucks, man. I hope you're better. We're almost done though, Andrew. I've just been dilly-dallying, telling stories. We've been sharing allergy medications. I've wandered off multiple times to go in search of printed parts that were not the right ones that I put in this kit when I started. We are going decidedly slower than when I did it with Bill and Britt, but that's okay. That is okay, because I say so. Dun, 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 dun. All right, and we're gonna prep the cover bottom, which is this piece. I'm just gonna start cooking along here. You guys don't mind, right? I'm just gonna press some nuts into place with my amazing finger strength skills. That one's not feeling it. Squeezy, squeezy, squeezy. So there's different tricks for getting these to seat. I'm not gonna bore you guys with that. You know, you guys know about the pull it in from the other side. For this particular part, I'm just gonna press them in with the tip of this needle nose. The needle nose. And we got that. We got more of those. We got the textile sleeve we need. We got that done. Okay, we're gonna slide the thermistor cable. So there's a little slot, a little hole for this to go through the printed part. And we're gonna go from the top down. I'm sorry, going from the bottom. We're going from the bottom up, because we're coming up into the loom. Like that. Top view. There you go. That's what we're doing. Going in through that. Okay, that's gonna go there. And we're gonna take our little, before we get this clamped on, put our nylon cable in here, and that gets clamped underneath. Keeps the whole thing rigid. And what size does that want? A 10? We're angled up. That's what it's telling us to do. We are angled up. It's under there. And we're putting a 10. Yep. When in doubt, it's a 10. Yeah. Why am I not getting purchase? There we go. And I've knocked the nut out of the hole. That's fine. Let's try that again real quick. Back in. Do it from the underside just to make sure I'm lining up. Make sure I've got my nylon wire. So when you're pinching the nylon wire under there, it has a tendency to cant the whole thing and not allow your screw to line up correctly. So let's just get it started. Oi! Okay, we're gonna do it this way. Press it through from underneath. This is not what it's telling me to do, but I will do it my way. Thank you very much. I'm gonna hold the nut in place. There we go. Make sure I have purchase on it. I do. And I still have the nylon pinched under there. And it's landing in its channel. Okay, that's good. We're angling these in. Okay, we're gonna get the textile sleevey here. We're gonna lament the fact that we don't have the tool that Bob recommended once again. I'm telling you guys, it's an art to be able to like build and talk at the same time. It's like, you know me, I like to digress. I like to tell stories. I like to share fun facts. Fun for whom, I don't know, but hopefully somebody. Let's be honest, I'd be here doing it anyway, probably goofing off, wasting the time on something else anyway, so why not share it with you guys? Makes the time pass. Maybe somebody will look back on it and learn something. I don't know. I think enough people have done this at this point too. But hey, if it helps somebody, I'm all for it. Yeah, it's been, all right, it's been 3 hours already. Where does the time go? 3-hour tour. Worked for Gilligan. There we go. All right. I hope that's the end of my textile sleeve wrapping for the evening. We'll see. Run it one more time. Give it a little twist. That's gonna go in there and that gets pinched. So you can see what I'm doing. So we've got our sleeve in. Oh, tool off. Sleeve in, and it's lining up nicely there. So we're just gonna capture that with our top cover. And back to the directions. So more 10s. That kind of snaps very satisfyingly over there. And they've remodeled this cable strain relief yet again. I think every time they kind of come up with a little new technique for how to do this best. But I like it. It's on there securely. It's holding everything in place. Everything was angled the way they wanted it to be. This is sandwiched together the way they want. Let's see. Sure, I have a little gap there. Let's close the gap. Nice and secure. Good. And we've got our nylon thing to add some rigidity to it. It's a good looking. Let's see. Let's give it a little twisty. So if this ends up being too long, if you just rotate it a little bit, it will, oops, I'm gonna rotate the other way because of the way the textile sleeve is covering the whole thing. Either way though, that'll shorten it up, lock everything in there, make sure everything is snug as a bug, and give us enough room at the end to work with the slack. There we go. Oh, that's nice. That's satisfying when that's done correctly. There. Happy with that. Yeah, we did the textile sleeves. Okay, good. We're gonna do the expansion joints. That's good. So I'm gonna bring the machine back up here, and we're going to put heat that over here for the time being. And we're gonna move the power supply over here to the side. So for those joining us late, I am gonna put this in an enclosure. And so that's why my power supply is loose. Here's a look at it. Okay. So let's see, let's move some things over here. Squirrel sighting. Somebody tell Britt. Somebody saw a squirrel. My entire life is just squirrels, man. I think I mean, a lot of us can probably relate. We're just reincarnated from squirrels. Sound right? Could be. All right, so we've got these sick little doodads here. If we go to the top view, these are new to the Mark IV family. These are heat bed expansion joints, and the way they work is rather clever. Empty bag, throw it away. There you go. There's a look at them. Holding it up. Yep. They basically do exactly what they sound like. They expand and contract so that as the bed heats, it hopefully controls the way things expand and contract in a predictable manner for the pinda in this case, or the load cell and others to operate correctly. It also makes for an easier time for the bed to mount. I'm gonna go to the angle view here so you can maybe get in a little tighter on what I'm doing. Because this is, I think, some important details. So we're gonna angle down a touch, and we're gonna zoom right here, and this is where I want to be focused. So focus, thank you. There we go. And we got another situation of black on black here, so it's possibly a little bit hard to see, but I think that's as tight in as I can get for you guys. Yeah, that's as tight in as I can get. Okay. So back to the directions really quick, just to get an overview of what we're doing. We've got our expansion joints, and then we need to find our tiny, tiny little M3.6 R screws. So I'm going back to my baggies over here, and I've got M3.6 Rs labeled nicely on the bag. So that's good. Oh yeah. Oh, we never finished talking about the Axis of Evil cookie. Yeah, this is the glamour shot on the Axis of Evil. Good timing. Okay, so what I was gonna get at is, and you're gonna get a look at it here. So let's go back to this angle view. So these are the U-bolts that hold the bearings on. The newer kits, so the Mark IV, or if you get one from the factory, has a bracket like this, that in addition with some of the pads that come with it, put a lot less strain on the LMU 88 bearings that sit here. So you're saying you're getting a little cant or a little binding, and that can come from a number of problems. A number of things. It can be, if you over tighten these U-bolts and it crushes this, it can prevent bearings from actually rolling inside of there. If you don't have the axis of rotation, because there's 4 bearing pockets that sit inside of one of those LMU 88s. So this is a look at one of those bearings here, and I don't know if you can see it from here, but it's probably going to be hard to see. There's basically like 4 rows of bearings kind of forming an X pattern here, and if you don't have them lined up on here, if they're riding this way or they're different, there's just different opportunities for things to bind. They obviously wear and go bad over time if you don't lubricate them regularly. So it sounds like you put new ones on there, but there's places that things can go wrong for you. There's quite a few places that things can go wrong for you. So first question is, do you have this style of clip or do you have the U-bolts? And then the next thing to look at is, are you sure you're seated squarely inside of this? You're not over tightening these, and that your bands on the end are aligned and not potentially canted. So if your frame's twisted or canted, there's a reason that you've got 2 on one side and 1 on the other. Like if you had 4, it would introduce more ability for it to bind as well. So yes, this can be a frustrating thing to get right, but this is typically too much torque on these U-bolts, or not enough torque on them where these are too loose and wiggling and not seated well is probably your culprit. So if you can't, it should feel very smooth, like even when the belt's not on here, and I shouldn't be doing that because I'm plugged in at this point, but basically if this isn't moving smoothly, like, then you need to reassess how you're mounted to the frame here. And you can actually buy these improved kits as well for just the Mark III even, but they've gone on to the Mark IV and whatnot. And for the 3.5, they don't include those for you. I just happen to have these from another build. If I wanted to, I could go through that, but for the sake of time, I'm just gonna do it on this now, since I know that this is trammed well and working correctly. So I've got the screw head sizes that I want. I'm going to put these in my tray here, and I'm going to grab my smaller, let's see, that one is too small. Let's just use this guy. So the instructions have us basically putting these down as posts, but not tightening all the way, and then we can slide the thermal expansion joints over them, which is, trust me, way nicer to do than the process of old where you had to like line up all those spacers and then put the thing very carefully on top and then not twist it. And you would like inevitably knock one of the spacers off, and it was just a pain in the butt. So this is nice for multiple reasons. One, it gives, I think, a more even predictable surface as the bed heats up for it to expand and contract in places. And two, it just makes it way easier to install, way easier. This was like my least favorite thing. That's why, like, when the thermistor would go on a bed, I would just like, oh, I'd hate having to deal with that, because having to line up the heat bed and take it off, and yeah, not my favorite maintenance. That's why I called it the axis of evil. Yeah, so the 3S Plus, it depends on when you bought your kit. Like if you just did your own kit, the 3S Plus, I think you could print your way up to the Plus, but technically you didn't get the metal clips. If you bought an upgrade kit later on, I'm not sure if they did, but I definitely got a Mark III S Plus from the factory that had those clips, but they didn't have the pads that I was talking about. So the metal clip that I just showed you, the pads are actually not included with this kit, but if you do a Mark IV, they are, and the pads sit between the metal bracket and the bearing. Also, this bracket is a little bit different on the 4, where it's like cast and it doesn't actually go all the way through. I think it's a recessed channel for the bearings to sit in, and it's a little bit thicker. So yeah, there's some subtle differences. Are they gonna affect your print quality? Probably not. But you know, if you want the Cadillac, you want everything. Okay, now, so looking at the directions, there is an important orientation to each of these. So depending on like where you are on this plate, it's telling you that you want to be angled a very specific way. So on the corners, we're basically running the channels like basically parallel to the profile, and then we're going kind of radially around the whole thing, if that makes sense. Where the open side of the expansion bracket is perpendicular to those lines. So let me show you what I mean. So in the case of a corner, like this corner, I'm sliding it over so the open ends are parallel with the profile here. Same thing on this side, I'm sliding it over here so that the parallel sides are open this way, or the hexagonal pattern profile is is parallel, however you want to say it. Okay, in the front, let me make sure I have this right. In the front, there, let's get zoomed in. Yep, okay. In the front, I have this wrong, so let's go back. It's gonna go this way. So again, the lines represent the open faces of the expansion posts. So that's like that. And then on the side, it's gonna be like that. So we're creating this little radial pattern. Music's picking up, huh? Okay. And we're gonna snug everything down and keep its orientation while we do so. Ugga dugga. Get back in there. Oh, I need one more here. Basically letting it tighten until the torque wears out, and then I'll leave it an extra little twisty. And double check I get everything lined up, and I do the way that it is in the photo. There we go. That's good. The center post is not going to be an expansion joint. It is the one thing where we use that taller spacer I was talking about earlier. That goes right there. And so we start with our center screw, which is the M3/14. These are all flathead. Going back to that, find those. That is the 14, and then the other ones I wanted the tinies that are torque head. Let's see, throwing away empty bags. Putting an extra screw in there. And they give you an extra one of the 14s. So let's see, that guy is gonna be here. And here's my tinies, okay. So back to the angle view. Let's just check this before. We're gonna line the heat bed. Yep, we're gonna do center first, then we're gonna go around in a circular pattern. And it wants us to tighten them in a specific sequence, which we will look at in a second. I'm gonna start with just putting it on, and then we'll go back through and do that. So, again, these are Torx drive now, which I already have a Torx head in here, but they provide you the tool that you need. We're gonna grab the heat bed that I put down over here. And I am just gonna do the old eyeball lineup. It's like docking with the space station. And the reason, try to stay centered this way. There it is, is because if it gets too close to a magnet, that's gonna pull it off of where it wants to be. They're slightly magnetic sometimes. But I just dropped it right on there. That lined up well. And then I'm just gonna make sure that starts to thread. And it does. First try, yes. So I'm not gonna snug it down all the way that it's there, and then I can just rotate the plate until I see the other holes for all the thermal expansions line up, and I make sure I'm not pinching my thermistor wire or anything else that's under the bed, and I am not. Okay, and then I'm gonna start, let's see, let's pour these out and see how, yeah, they're slightly magnetic too. So they didn't go anywhere. Trash, trash, trash. Okay, so we're just gonna lay these in place, and I'm just manually, because I don't want to tighten them all the way, starting them until I get some purchase. How's that angle? It feels like, sorry if I'm obscuring it with my hands, I'm still getting the hang of not blocking the shot while I'm working. Fumble recovery. Just drop them all in their respective holes. And we've got one extra that goes on the tray. That's fine. Not tightening fully, just until they're just giving me a little resistance. And then we're gonna do the tightening pattern that they spec, which is starting with, let's see, first the center, then the 4 edge screws, then the last corner screws. So center first, done, then the edges, 1, 2, 3, 4, then the corners, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Still looks like it's moving the way it should. That's good. And let's see, heat bed cable holder parts preparation. Good. So we're gonna route this into the board slot. So I'm gonna rotate this around so you guys can see. Coming around this way. Put the power supply on top for a second. Okay, now I'm watching that I'm arcing up here because the way that this is going to go right through this hole, and label gets jammed in there, and the nylon goes in this hole down here at the bottom. Okay, and that way we know we've got this arcing up and out of the way, so it's not going to be in any of the print area as the bed is slinging, which is good. Slinging and flinging. This is the printed part we need. These are tapped already, so that's great. So we just need some 10s, I believe. And what does it say? It says, we route it through there and up above here. Oh, 6s. We need 6s for that. And then we need 2 of the power terminal screws, which I've got ready here as well. So we're gonna grab some 6s. These guys are out of their box, but there we go. Let me get rid of these because those are old parts. That's an old part. All right, 6s. Back to the angle view. So we're working on getting the bed mounted, bed wiring done. Okay, and that is sorry, I'm blocking it with my hand just to get it started, but then I'll show you. There we go. Okay, and I've got plenty of the nylon coming through here, so we could trim that if we wanted to. Don't really need to. I'm just going to tighten this in so it sits flat. So that's how our heat bed goes into there. And let's connect the wires next. So for that, I'm going to tip it up and get you a better look. Go. Let's see here. Focus. Okay. So So our bed thermistor is going to click in right here. And we're going to do our heat bed terminals. So the red with the flat is going to go on the left here to match up with the screening. That doesn't feel like it's focused very good, very well. There we go. Let's try that. And I've got my terminal screws, so I'm going to put this through the ring lug, and I'm going to start it. Again, positive is going on the right. Oh, hold on, there's a cable in the way. That's what I just couldn't see. There we go. So, red and terminal screw. Put the crimp side up. And these, giving them a good ugga-dugga, with some torque on them. That is a higher power connection, and we don't want it loose. We don't want it shorting on us. We don't want it arcing. I don't think it would arc, but you get the idea. Okay, that's good. That's it for heat bed. Back to our directions. Cool. Did that. Connected them where we said. We did the black on the left terminal. We did the red on the right. That's confirmed. That is confirmed. That is in the right spot. That is confirmed. We tighten that. That is routing up. It is firmly in place. Now we're gonna put the ESP32 Wi-Fi module on. And where did I put that? It was just in its little thing and I was talking about it. Oh, it's here, it's right here. Found it. Okay. So inside my anti-static bag, I've got my Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi has to go on the outside of the metal box so we don't get any interference. We get better signal, which is what all the smart engineers do. Right? Right. Carefully opening, throwing away the bits, and just, come on, baby. There we go. Handling the edges, throw away that. And let's see, right here, we got our little, just plugging it in like that. That's it. And we've got our Wi-Fi cover plate. And I know it's the Wi-Fi cover plate because it says Wi-Fi. Da-da-da-da. Just a single 6 right here. I'll tell you what, it's really nice not having to deal with extra nut traps and stuff. I love stuff that just taps right into the threads, right into the metal. That is not a 6. Looks like I had a misfiled 8. That looked like an 8 because I can see it. It's too much on the inside. 6. 8 is longer than 6. You heard it here first, folks. There we go. That's the right one. That's on there. That's good. What's next? Oh, rewards. We're almost there. Okay, nothing complicated. Yep, good. Extruder upgrade. All right, we're almost there, guys. We're rounding it out. And I was going to say with this, I was starting to talk about it earlier. So what it's telling us to do is to unwrap the existing loom. Solely because they want us to put this new nylon in that I guess is a little bit thicker. I mean, we can do that, but then I gotta wind the whole thing back up again. It might be that it's longer as well, but you know what? We've come this far. Let's just follow directions. I wonder if I can, I don't know. Might not be able to, but we'll see. And this might look a little bit different from the loom you see because we've got our REVO installed that I was telling you about. So to free the nylon, I've got to open up that back plate. Yeah. So it looks like here it's just saying, hey, yank it out. You just want us to yank it out? We're not going to take that back plate off? What's it telling us to do? Cut the cable ties. Do not cut the couple on the other side. Using needle nose pliers, pull the black nylon filament from the extruder. Be careful, the nylon filament can be very difficult to remove. That's an interesting choice, directions, guys. I guess the proper thing to do would be to like take this back plate off so that you can take it out of its little hider housing. But let's just see how hard that's in there right now. Making sure I don't, oh, that wasn't hard at all. Okay, that's right, because this, in this one it's a press fit, if I recall correctly. And so I'm gonna guess that because we're not redoing any of this, I'm gonna guess they're just gonna tell us. So we've got this pre-bent, we should go to the top view so you can see. So they've basically given us a thicker piece of nylon and they've kind of pre-folded it. So this seems like a lot of work for replacing a piece of nylon that's really, looks like the same thickness. But let's see, maybe the length is longer? And it is. Okay, so I guess that's why they're doing it. We have a little bit more length to work with, which I guess is gonna give us a more reliable curve into the box. So let's just take the 5 minutes now to do it, and we'll say we did it. Back to the instructions. So we pulled it out. They've given us a new textile sleeve as well. I'm not sure if it's necessary or why, but I guess it's probably a little bit longer as well. So let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that. And it is. Okay, so come in on me. So just a little closer. Yeah. All right, so you can see we've got a longer, more compact textile sleeve, I suppose. Like this one's kind of fat. This is the old one, but it's not quite as long. And I'll save that because textile sleeve's good to have. And then the nylon's a little bit longer, so I guess that's a good thing. And let's see. So we're gonna open one end of the textile sleeve, slide it on. Don't forget the black nylon filament inserted earlier. Inserting the nylon. Locate the hole for the nylon filament in the cable. Excuse me, in the cable opening. Use the smallest Allen key and ensure there are no objects inside. Okay, using the pliers, insert the nylon filament with the pointed end into the slot. Twist the filament while pushing it in. Hold the extruder. Oh, skipped over this. Huh. The bent ends must point upwards. Okay, it wants us to cut off the folded end on one side. So, see me in my little box down here. So, remember we've got our little right turn here. On the Mark IV, it is actually intentionally done that way because there's a little slot that it folds into, kind of like this on the neck extruder, but we don't have that here. So it's just telling us we want to snip this off. I'm going to snip it off on the bias as close to that fold as possible so we maintain the length. We are going to look inside this filament hole. So we're moving the wires out of the way because it's just a press fit on the Mark III, I'm going to rotate this so I can better see for the sake of your visibility. Yep, and there's the little press fit hole, and there is nothing in there. So I am going to press, first of all, I'm going to do a little tip shaping here. Make it nice and pointy so it just goes in so it's not fighting us at all. And we're going to make it arc up, and we're going to press it. There, well, that's seated nicely for me. First try, yet again. And I did a safety squint, don't worry. Said to wear safety glasses, 'cause when you cut filament, things can fly off in your eye. Okay, did that, it's arcing upward, and now we're gonna put the bundle all back together with the new sleeve. So we're getting a new textile sleeve, so that's good, I guess. I'm just, I don't know, this is a very snug piece of textile sleeve. Okay. But we can do it. All right, so because it's a Mark III, we've got the thermistor and the heater wires coming from underneath. So we're gonna include them in just a second once we start this with the top part of the bundle. And we zip tie it down so that we can work more efficiently. How about a top view? Power supply over here. Move you under the camera so you can see a little better. All right, so we're starting our way here. Once we're past the little filament printed post here, we're going to rotate. I'm gonna bring you onto the top side, and I'm gonna rotate this around so that I can include that into the bundle. Tuck all of that in there nicely. And we're gonna add some cable ties to that. Opening a new sack of cable ties. All right, here we go. How about an angle view? Modbot! I'm still live, dude. You know what? I channeled the Modbot energy, and I think I just like got way too chatty, but we've been having a good time. I'm not a fast worker, but that's okay. I'm not in a rush. So when you're doing the zip ties on the back of this, it's important, like the knot part of the zip tie, or the, I don't know what you want to call it, the capturing end, the fat end, is up and out of the way, because like when it's doing its homing sequence, it will, hold on a second, how do we, what the, something is binding. You know what? Oh, look at that. I think I jabbed my filament piece in too far, and it collided with the belt or something. Well, that was interesting. Well, it's free now. I'm not sure what happened there, but anyway, these guys, you want them up and out of the way, because if it's on the side here, it's going to mess up your homing routine just ever so slightly. So keeping that up and out of the way, or tucked around too. Even on this side, you don't want it colliding where it's not supposed to. So I keep them up top. Like this. How'd your stream go, Modbot? How far did you get? And I'm gonna give this guy a little tighten so it's not twisting on me like that. There we go. Do a little snippy. Snip the extra ends. And make sure we're not colliding where we're not supposed to be. So that's ending before, yeah. That's good. Okay, throw away those cable ends. And then we get back to the looming. Okay, so we're gonna bring up the rest of our stuff and get it into the bundle. Now there's some weirdness you'll notice in this bundle because I used some splice connectors that came with the REVO kit that prevented me from having to like take this entire loom back and wire everything all the way back to the board. You know, it works. I think they work fine. It was quick because I was doing this on 30 machines, and so I opted to do that instead of having to take everything apart and redo the board connections and rewire everything back to the tool head. But your preference for something like that might be different than mine. That's fine. If you're just doing one machine, you probably want to wire it all the way back to the board. Just one less thing to potentially go wrong if you don't crimp these things well. But it worked for me. So I may end up throwing some extra zip ties on there just to hold the bundle tight where it's a little bit fat from these crimp connectors. Let's see, where's my black? That's right here. Same thing, tucking. I will say I do like that you've got these, you know, these little connectors here that if you need to do a swap on the hot end or the swap out the core, you don't have to take the entire loom apart again. But yeah, I don't know, maybe we should have stayed with that thicker textile sleeve. We'll see, we'll get it done. Boy, this one's a tight wrap. It's really fighting me. All right, we're almost there. This is a round in the home stretch, guys. 4 hours when you talk the way I talk, huh? Get in there. Okay. Okay, so we got some chubby spots, I guess, from where the crimp things are. Might be some things I might eventually want to redo on this guy. But for now, we're just gonna get it printing and see how it goes. So we're gonna add some zip ties just to bind everything in okay. Yeah. Not the prettiest, don't tell Steve. I don't think this would pass muster in his book. Changed out your X cable holder for the one that uses bolts to add some better strain relief. Yeah. Makes it way easier to swap out REVO heater cores. Yeah. Agreed. I concur. All right. Trim, 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 trim. Done. All right, moving on. Did that, yep. Okay, we're prepping the last of the holder, the last adapter for the X. We're gonna get that all laid in there. We're gonna make this look like this. And then it's gonna go in there. And then we're gonna connect that. And then, sind we dance. Then is the diamond sprockets from which we dance. Okay, extruder. So let's see, we should have one of these for the X, which is what this is. It's our X adapter. Just clip that on right now. This is the, back to our angle piece. So, down. Okay. So we've got a spot for some square nut traps. So we're gonna grab 2 square nuts and they're gonna go in here. I'm gonna use needle nose because these guys are a little tinies. There we go. Get that seated all the way in there. Seated all the way in. Yep. Seated all the way in. I think for those we need 18s. Let's double check that. And here, attaching the cover to 18s. Yep, 18s is right. I remembered. Now, this one doesn't have a hole for the. Let's see, how does it have us route the nylon? Nylon goes. Oh, it does say there's a hole. Did I not see it? Oh, it is. It's on the bottom. Okay. Okay, right there. See, we got a little hole here in the bottom. That's where nylon's gonna plug in. Okay. That holds everything in that channel. And then on the other channel, we're gonna put the X-axis. And then ultimately it's going to go in here like that, and that's holding everything up and out of the way I like it, which is good. So just make sure we've got enough space and that everything isn't going to get, no wires are going to get pinched. Angle up. All right, I got some 18s. Double check that. Those are 18s. Yep, 18. 2 18s. And start to tighten it, but not too tight. Good. Grabbing. Make sure that's, there we go. Now it's seated all the way. No? Yeah. Come on, baby. There we go. It's in. That's tight. All right. So, of note, there is a little triangular wedge on the top of this print here that it looks like it's print supports, but it is actually meant to be a knockout if you have the MMU unit to install. That ends up going through that and up against the front of the frame here. So leave this in place if you're not doing an MMU. I'm gonna start running all these wires into here. Jam them in there, just jam them in there. And we start connecting things to the adapter. We'll flip it around so you can see the angle for that. And let's see, to bolt these down, we need 10s. Let's double check. Is it a 10? Is it a 10? It is a... Yep. When in doubt, 10. Doesn't have to be pretty as long as it works. Yeah, that's right. And we're back. You got me? Sorry, it went so long, the batteries in my mic died. That's all right though. All right. Just about there, just adding my little adapter. So, heater. We've got these nice little labels on here. X-axis, click. extruder. Extruder, there's my extruder up here. E is for extruder. Okay, extruder's plugged in. Let's see, what are you? I can look it up, but I'm just gonna. P is Pinda, I believe. That's a 3-wire. Oh no, wait, P is Pinda, PF is print fan, hot end fan. All right, hot end fan is, what are you doing, F for fan? Print fan. Okay, I know print fan is this guy because it's got the yellow and the red and the black. Okay, and then the hot end fan is the other 3-wire. Come on, lock. There we go. This is the filament sensor. That's a 2-wire. No, wait. No, filament sensor is not a 2-wire. Filament sensor. I'm gonna look at the thing. I'm gonna mess this up if I don't do it right. Filament sensor is a 3-wire. This braided little guy. Yeah, that makes sense. Process of elimination, and then we'll double check it all in the reference. Okay, this is the, I don't remember what the only thing, this is the only thing with 2 pins though, so that's gotta go there. That's saying H. And then we've got a 3-wire and a 4-wire. What's left? 4-wire is the Pinda. Pinda. Only where that, only place that can go. And the hot end fan. I feel like the color scheme is the same. Let's look back at this. No, I think I got my print fan and my hot end fan backwards. Yep. Part fan. No, I got it right. Hot end fan, part fan. That's a heater thermistor. Extruder. Print fan. I mean, we're gonna know as soon as we power it up and run the firmware. It'll run through its checks. All right, double check. All right, back to the guide. Okay, we did the X motor cable. Yes. Yes, okay, here we go. Adapter cable. E for extruder, check. H is for the hot end thermistor cable. Yes, we did that, check. P is for the Pinda, Super Pinda, that was right, we did that. H is for the hot end fan. Yep, that's right. F is for the filament sensor. Red wire on the filament cable must be on the same side. Let's make sure of that. So filament sensor and the red wire is, yes, on the same side. Let's see. Now this is a critical one, so glad we double checked that, because we can kill the electronics if we don't get that right. This is why we double check everything. PF, print fan cable. That's the one that didn't have the heat shrink around it, and that's exactly what I had on here. That's right, correct. That one's easy because it's the heater cable. That's the only one that looks like that. There are 2 remaining connectors on the, connect them in the following order. First the larger connector, then the smaller connector. Interesting, okay, so we're using the smaller connector that they mark for accelerometer, but I'm gonna guess it's an accessory. It's just an accessory board, so. All right, so we've done that. We've got the larger connector, then the smaller connector. Good, we're verifying our connections once more. Okay, last check. X, X, Y, Y, Z left, Z right. Yep. LCD, 3.5 adapter cable, 3.5 adapter cable, power panic. Check, check. Heat bed thermistor, check. Heat bed power cables, ESP connector. Yes, we plugged in that. That's good, that's good. PSU. Yes. Okay. Okay. We've done it. We've done that. All right. Now it's telling us we can slap a lid on it. I'm gonna do a little bit of tidying up here. So let's do this. Boy, we got a lot of excess here. So how do we want to do this? So we got a big bundle here. We're just going to pull out of the way. Yeah, that's a lot to button up. This is going to fill up the box pretty well, but I think if I do this, we cinch this bundle here like this, this can all lay flat in here. Nothing is going to get too pinched or bound up, so let's trim the excess there. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I feel good about that. That's not binding anything. Looks good to me. All right. Okay, nothing's getting pinched. That closes nicely. We're gonna throw a couple 6s on there. Now we just close it all up, and then we're gonna fire it up and see what we get. What do you think? What's the over/under on it running first try? 7? I don't even know what that means. It's the over/under. Who bets it? Okay, we got any takers for the blue smoke? Who thinks I'm gonna get blue smoke? Who thinks it's gonna work first try? Who thinks I miswired something? I mean, the smart individual would probably not close this up until we tested it, but I am not a smart individual. I want to see this thing. I want to believe, guys. I want to believe. I know you want to believe. We all want to believe. gonna work, right? Right? 10% perfect first try is what Cookie says. I agree. 80-20 rule. There's a 20% chance that it's 80% wrong. Let's put the electronics cover in. Make sure we have no exposed mains. I guess technically we don't. We don't have any exposed mains. That's all internal. But no exposed 24 volt either. We're not going to throw it in the enclosure. That's what we're not going to do. We're going to just we're going to plug in the LCD loose. We're just going to have our little janky piecemeal, and we're going to power it on. And it's probably going to ask us to update the firmware. That's my bet. But that's okay. We can do that. We've come this far. So look, we'll just connect this so we can run it through some self-tests. And then we'll disconnect it again. Let's see, we're gonna need a power cable. That's easy to come by. What's rattling? Something feels loose. What's loose? I feel like I heard something jiggling, but maybe I'm imagining it. Did I not snug down all those? No. I think it's just the bearings. I think there might be just a little bit of play in those U-bolts. Like I was saying, those things are problem children sometimes, but you know what? We will look at that in a moment. I'm gonna get a power cable. Here's a power cable, an IEC. Oh, baby. Place your bets. Place your bets. I appreciate you guys for hanging with me this long. And power. Okay, we have display. We have a bootloader. Where is the firmware update required? Called that. I don't think you need to be like obnoxious and beep about it. All right. Insert the bundled USB drive, restart the printer, and click the knob once during the boot. This will install the 3.5. Oh, okay. All right, let's do that. All right, here is the provided thumb drive. Sorry, here's the provided thumb drive. That's obnoxious, but fine. We'll play your game. Okay, USB. Insert the bundled USB drive, restart the printer, and click the knob once during the boot. Restart once. New 3.5 available. Version 5.2.0, file name Mark 3.5. Waiting. Okay, so we're gonna flash that. Now, I think what we're gonna need to do too is we're gonna need to do the 5.2.2 upgrade because we have the REVO on here and the 5.2 is not gonna like the REVO. So we made double flash. So I'm gonna go get a, actually, I think I can plug it in. I'm gonna plug it into the back of my dock. and do that. So let me grab the 5.2. Yeah, it's lift off. Things are happening. Things are happening. Let's grab the firmware. Mark 3.5 firmware. Let's see. Go to the. So we can go to the GitHub. Firmware 5.2.2 download. There we go. GitHub releases. And I'm pretty sure that's latest. Let's just make sure that's still. Oh, wait, let's see here. That's for 4.0. And we want 5.2.2 firmware. There it is. That's the one. Okay. And we're gonna find it. Upload this to the. Okay. English. Okay, I'm gonna cancel the wizard right now. And I'm doing that intentionally. Oh, it's gonna update. Sure, I'll update the Wi-Fi module. Okay, so it's updating the Wi-Fi module. We'll let that happen, and then we'll put 5.2.2 on it, because I don't want to run it through the self-test, because I don't know what it'll do if it doesn't, like 5.2.0 that's on the stock thing right now isn't REVO compatible, so I want to make sure we have the latest firmware on there before we run it through the self-test so it doesn't freak out if that's the case. Ha! No blue smoke, Bob. Take that. We're not through the woods yet, though. Okay, firmware for the ESP. Sure, we can do that. Got it. Upload settings. Okay, we're not gonna do that just yet. So I was asking for Wi-Fi config. We're not doing that just yet. I'm taking the Wi-Fi, the USB out, and we are plugging it into the hub, and we are going to upload the BBF to it if it finds it. Come on. Find it. Ah, there we go. Let's see, and it says Prusa 3D. There we go, and it's got a bunch of. Okay, so we're going to get rid of firmware. You can't see this, but I'm basically clearing out the old firmware for 5.2.0. I'm putting 5.2.2 on here. Matt's asking, if I install 5.2.0 and then input Wi-Fi issue, can you update to 5.2.2 over the air before running the self-tests? Possibly. So if you're talking about if I connected to Prusa Connect to do an over-the-air update over Prusa Connect, I could. It would just take a lot longer because it would download a lot slower over Wi-Fi, putting the firmware on the machine. Because basically all it's doing is downloading the file to the SD or the USB card over the air and then running the reboot sequence remotely. Yeah, that probably could work, but I think for the sake of time, I think this is probably going to be faster. So that's copied over. I'm going to eject that. Actually, while I've got it on here, I'm going to edit, because the printer settings INI for the Wi-Fi credentials, I'm just going to manually edit that in my text editor. If it will open with There we go. Taking its sweet time to open. Let's see, SSID is that. And that is that. I'm gonna save that. Sorry, you don't get to know my Wi-Fi password, everybody. Haha. And it is very slowly saving. I think this this hub that I've got is not of particularly high speed, but it's working, so we just let it do its thing at its own pace, I guess. That's fine. And we're gonna eject that. Okay, so I've put the new firmware on there. I've got the Wi-Fi credentials on it as well, but we don't have to do that at the same time. We will do the firmware update first. Oh, wait, you know what? Fine. Let's let it connect to Wi-Fi. It'll save that, and we'll do the firmware update. Why not? I changed my mind. I can do that. Credentials loaded. Delete file. Yes, we're going to delete that, and it's attempting to connect to the Wi-Fi. And I've got a Wi-Fi blinking. It's thinking. It's thinking. Come on, go solid. Yes, we have connection. If I look under settings, network, do I have an IP address? I do. I do. So we can set up Prusa Connect and link later. That's fine. Let's do the firmware update. I'm restarting. I press the button once. 522 is available. We're gonna flash. It's running that now. Flashing firmware. This window I can't see. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Everybody watch this firmware flash. Ooh, show them, Vanna. Being careful not to touch the back of the LCD. 41, 42%. '91, '92, '93, '94, '95, 100. Bootloader 234. Firmware 522. Okay, we got Joe. We got Winky Joe. So we're going to continue. Before you continue, make sure the print sheet is installed on the heat bed. It is not. What did I do with that? I'll find it. I've got plenty of them. Seriously, what did I do with that? Let's grab another one. Here we go. We'll go textured. Textured sound good, everybody? A little textured plate on there. Okay. Let's see, I guess I'll rotate it. Okay, we have the print sheet on the heat bed. All right, it is running the hot end. Forgive the crudity of this. We've got our power supply off to the side. We're holding our LCD in our hand. That's okay. I guess it's more fun this way, right? Nice snap. Yes, it was a solid actuation. Okay, let's see. Is the hot end fan on the left spinning? It is, yes. Fan test is in progress. Checking for switched fans. Print fan, RPM test, print fan. Oh, print fan's running. And we've got a little RPM readout here. So I'm guessing this is the, I'll say the print fan was that one. Okay, oh, now the moment of truth. Get ready, don't crash. Okay, axes are moving. Okay, you guys, I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it, but it's going through its homing. You don't homie know me. You don't know me, homie. You do, homie. Y-axis. Definitely a little rattle or something in that y-axis I need to clean up. I think I may go back after the fact and put the updated brackets and pads on it because I can. Focus. There we go. That would be like right there. Z. Okay, now the Pinda moment of truth. Don't crash on me, baby. Now I have to imagine that we're gonna have to go through like a recalibration of the Pinda though here, because we didn't re-level it, and I know the height of the whole bed is gonna be higher. So there's a good chance we're gonna crash. We do not. I wonder if it's accounting for that. It's giving me checks on all axes. I don't know if you guys remember, like on the Mark III calibration, like you go without the thing, you bring it all the way down so the nozzle's touching, you put a little piece of like cable tie or something under, so that sets the height of the Pinda, gives a good reference. We didn't do any of that. So I'm wondering if, well, let's just let it go. Heater is heating up. Both the heat bed and the hot end, so we're at 160, 70, 180, 170, sorry, 170, it's fast. That is the nice thing about REVO, those heater cores, and this isn't even the high powered one. I smell things warming up. Not sure exactly what I'm smelling. I guess it's filament. Yep, I'm seeing some filament ooze. Uh-oh, I got an X on heater testing. I do have the red light. Got the red light for the heat bed. The heater went up to 250 and it's coming back down again. So I don't know. I think I remember reading something though that said that there's a configuration that we have to tell it about the REVO. And we haven't done any of that yet. So I think there's a chance it'll fail. I need to read some documentation. The heat bed is definitely getting warmer. It's toasty. It's reading 60 now and it's supposed to go to 110. So let's let that work. Let's see, do Pinda probes ever wear out, asks Brandon. I had one that seemed to get weaker and weaker over time, but this was a while ago. I don't know if the Pinda wears out. I can tell you I did replace one Pinda that just outright stopped working correctly. I don't know if like those inductive things, I don't know. I don't know the answer to like if they actually get weaker. I just know like it failed at some point, and I don't know if it's because something internally broke. There were no broken wires that I saw, but the light stopped working. It just cooked itself somehow, I guess. Yeah, the y-axis heard me talking, and it was just like it's got just a little. It's not the way I want it. It's not the way I want it. So I'm gonna while it's out and open, I'll probably button it up and make sure it's good. What the hell is in front of the extruder? That's my custom Mr. Plow. I put that on there because I was running some automation scripts where I was like printing these tubes for the rep rack and the rep boxes, and this would just knock them off. And I liked it because it wouldn't crash the print head or the fan or the stepper into it. Like there's an actual plow for like removing the part. And then the way the bracing is on this like distributes the load to the hot end, so it's not like twisting it on the rail when it bumps into the part. So there's some science to it. It's basically though just a little like bulldozer blade on the front of a and I already forgot what it's called again. The Delta P cooling duct customization, which is really good, really good. It's basically hitting that airflow on both sides of the nozzle. Let's get in so you can see it. You want to see that Mr. Plow right there? That's his name. That name again is Mr. Plow. So, focus. Yeah, so this knocks parts off, but then right behind it is the Delta P, which allows the fan to get turned up this way. I like that it's sucking in air from the front and not like at that angle, but then the cooling duct is on both sides of the nozzle here, so you get a nice cooling effect. So that's kind of like a random little customization for like our particular use case, but I didn't really mess with the Delta P. That's the Delta P you can mod that you can find on printables or anywhere else. How many more upgrades do I plan to do? This is the only 3.5 I've done so far, so I was waiting to do the 3.5 until it was REVO compatible. Yes, okay, so from GitHub, well, 1 second, Brandon, I'll finish answering that question because I want to hear this. Full support for REVO. By default, the printer expects a stock Prusa head end during the initial self-test. Right, let's finish reading that. If this procedure fails, then when the user is asked to verify the hot end setup and adjust the settings, which we will do. If you decide to change your hot end already on an already calibrated printer, you can adjust in settings hardware hot end type. So it is we're going to rerun it after we change the hot end type to make sure that it's running correctly. Thank you, Matt. So I've got at least 15 more Mark IV upgrades to do. Or at least that I have kits for, but it's taking a long time because basically it takes forever to take apart the Mark III kits, Brendan. So I've done it on 8 of them so far, and I've got another few in progress. I mean, the long answer is I ultimately want them all to be the same, or at least running off the same profile. The 3.5 does technically have its own little profile, but like at least it can use input shaping and is as fast, and it can be networked and all of that stuff. I don't know if I'm going to buy more frames and power supplies and just use that with the upgrade kits I have, and then just do 3.5 upgrades on the existing Mark IIIs I've got, because it's a lot less wasteful on parts. I haven't quite made that decision yet, but I also don't need like 50 printers. But I mean, having 50 printers would be cool, just to say I had 50 printers, but I don't need 50 printers. So anyway, hey Maker Viking, how you doing? Does he need a timeout? I don't know, he's been behaved so far, but he just got here, so let's give it a second. Yeah. I stayed on the pre-thermal model firmware for a long time, Cookie, before I was convinced that it tested clean on REVO. So I don't blame you. It just, if it works, like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There weren't really any other firmware updates that I was particularly excited about, and I didn't want to risk breaking my REVO support. Yeah. I know, more printers sounds good, but like I just don't have space, and like I don't even, even with like 24 or 30, like it's pretty rare that I'm going balls to the wall running all of them. It just depends on what's happening. Just woke up. I'm doing great, Maker Viking. You just woke up, and we've been doing we're just taking our pretty time. We've been running this whole thing. Looks like our self-test just finished. So it says the self-test failed as predicted. Check below. Hot end type says stock, so we're gonna adjust. Oh, look at that, you guys. Here, I don't know. This is nice. This is a nice thing they added. So I'm sure Claire is long gone to bed. She was with us at the beginning, but here is what it says. Focus, if we can focus. So it says, what kind of hot end do you have installed? Stock, with sock, or E3D REVO are the choices. So we're gonna pick REVO. Do you wish to retry the heater self-test? Yes, see, look, it knows. Okay, so now it's gonna tweak its thermal predictions. It's rerunning just the heater test. I guess it's gonna run the heat bed test at the same time. Wow, that cooled off fast. So I guess we gotta wait for the heat bed test to get all the way back up there. But it looks like it passed the first time. Or I'm assuming it did. It went off the screen before I could see. So, yeah, ooh, it's neat to actually see it say E3D on it, like it knows, huh? It knows. What's Thursday shaping up to look like over there, Maker Viking? We're still playing with a Wednesday here. I hope it's a good one. Put all my extra parts in there, and sometime later I'll file those screws accordingly into their bins, which is a fun little thing I do for when I need a little zen, you know? So I've done enough of these now. I don't know if you saw, if you're just joining me, like I've got all my little pull-out trays from my bin sorter, you know, screw sorter, it's not a sorter, holder, that I've like labeled. And, you know, so I got my M310s. Here, let's come in closer. Come here. Here we go. A little closer. Here we go. Yeah, so I use all these guys and they go in my tray. And since I'm doing so many of these in parallel as I build, I like to get all my screws and everything in the bins and out, and then I'll do like all the frame, all the X-axis, all the belt, and then I have all my screws out and handy, and then when I open up another kit, I'll just dump them into their coordinating tray, and I know exactly where the size I need is. I don't have to worry about the cheat sheet and stuff. For the average person that's just building one at a time, it's completely unnecessary, except for you will end up with extras, and if you know, are in this hobby long enough, like you're gonna want those screws for all kinds of other stuff too. So, you know, I don't know. What do you guys do to keep your stuff sorted? Ooh, got snow today. Nice. More winter. Winter is still upon you. Tea's still, it's not hot, but it's warm. What's it say? To calibrate, okay. Now it's asking about first layer calibration, so I guess it passed the heater test. So you guys can see here, we'll go back to this angle. And if you're just joining me, so Viking, just so you know, because you just joined us, the reason I haven't attached this and my power supply is on the loose is because it's ultimately going to go inside of an enclosure again. But I figured, why not, you know, why bother attaching it if I'm going to take it off again to go, you know, do all that stuff. To calibrate with the currently loaded filament, press next. To load filament, press load. To change filament, press unload. So we've got a little bit, so I was lazy. I don't know if you guys do this too, but like I'll, sometimes when I'm just like quickly moving it and I want to take it apart, I'll just snip the filament. So I did leave some filament in there, and I know it's PET G, so I'm gonna unload the PET G. And we'll watch that all work. But it looks like, I'm gonna go grab a spool holder and then like, let's just do a first print, and then I'm gonna call the stream because I need to get some food and move on to other stuff. Grab the spool holder. And what do we want to print? We'll probably just print something that's on the card. And I got some Galaxy Green PLA here, so I'm gonna grab a smooth sheet. Excuse me. So this will be interesting to see too, because the first layer calibration, so we still have to set build plates and let's see, so filament unload, yep, cool. did that. I'm gonna throw this smooth sheet on here because I want to run some PLA, which I could do with the textured sheet too, but I thought smoothie sounded good. And let's see, whoop, don't let go of that end yet. I've got my spool holder. And take this off of, actually we should be able to just use it like that. Yeah, sure. Back up, back up. Back up, cause it's on. And focus, please, thank you. Let's see all this mess back here, but that's okay. So I had a little adapter on there so that it could run 2 kilo spools. Okay, and we got some Prusa Galaxy Green PLA here. So that'll be whatever we're gonna print, it's gonna be in Galaxy Green. And we're gonna load in the filament. And we're gonna select PLA. And we're gonna continue. Oh, I feel it grabbing, that's a good sign. There it goes. There it goes. Purging. That's give me some more purge there. It's not the cleanest of nozzles. I could definitely clean it, but let's say we'll call that good. Okay. What nozzle was that? I have a strange feeling that's not actually a 0.4 nozzle now. Huh. All right. I wonder if we should put a, I don't know so the silicone sock is broken off of that nozzle and I'm just eyeballing it. I think that's like a point, I think that might be a 0.6 or a 0.8, but I want to put a 0.4 back on it. Let's see, currently loaded. I'm gonna, well, let's just see what happens. Currently, calibrate with the currently loaded, let's just say next. I'm assuming that by default, it's assuming that the nozzle size is a 0.4. It's not giving me any option to set yet. To calibrate the distance between the tip of the nozzle and the print sheet, okay? Next step, use the knob to adjust the nozzle height. Check the pictures in the handbook for reference. Once the printer starts extruding plastic, adjust the nozzle height by turning. Okay, so it's just gonna drop down. It looks like this is the same process as before, so we're just waiting to get up to temperature for the calibration, and that's gonna run. I don't think there's anything to touch yet. I'm not sure if it's on or not. Oh, we got some decals here, and some stickers we can put on. I'm gonna put the serial number on the back. Original Mark 3.5. It's been serialized. I don't think I need the warning sticker. Put that there. We got my vinyl. I can go right here. What do you think? Wait, is it supposed to go that way or is it supposed to go the other way? I can never remember. We'll look at my other ones. All right, it's starting. Be cool, guys. It's starting. It's starting. Move some stuff out of the way. Let the printer print. Don't crash. Oh. It's probing. We probing. We probing. We probing. No, I didn't. It didn't ask me about changing profile from smooth or textured. Like, we haven't configured any of that stuff yet. It's still running the first wizard. So I just kind of wanted to see what the process was by default. They definitely make some assumptions, right? Based on what we're seeing here. It didn't ask about what sheet type. It didn't have us do the Pinda height calibration. So I guess the offset, maybe that doesn't matter because the bed is slung higher, right? But the offset between the Pinda and the nozzle would be the same from like when it was last calibrated on the machine before. So assuming nothing's changed there, I guess it doesn't need to reset the physical height of the Pinda. It hasn't crashed at all. It didn't do its like little square, checking the square of the frame or any of that stuff that it used to do. So, once it's done with this, it's probably worth like looking to see what kind of settings are configurable. I would imagine because it doesn't have the probe or the load cell, that there's still like configurations you have to do for, let's see what we got here, for telling it what type of bed. Okay, we gotta get closer. But it's working. It's definitely this is definitely not a 0.4 nozzle though. I can see we're way high. Let's see. Well, we're not way high, but we're like visibly too high. The question is can we get down before we get too much goop buildup on the nozzle to really bork the whole thing? Starting to get some stick. Here we go. Usually this offset on my 3s would be somewhere between 0.7 and 1.3 on average. And we're at, we turned the corner. It's probably a little too smoosh here. We're at 0.75. Yep, we're too flat. Coming back. So it's using the calibration pattern that the Mini uses. So I like that it's going backward now instead of forward the way the old ones came, because it was always like it would go forward and then it would do the last little bit here and you couldn't even see what it was doing. That has always been kind of like the pain of having all this stuff slung on the front, is that it's really hard to see what the printer is doing when it's being obscured by like all the bits and bobs on the hot end. That load cell and having the print fan off to the side is pretty nice. That's, wow, I think I got lucky right there, and bam, we're right in there, 0.7, like I said. That is a pretty good, ouch, first layer, pull that off so you guys can look at it. Ugh. Get in close. Focus. So I can just tell you this is kind of probably hard to see on camera. If anything, it might be a touch low because I got a little blurbing on the edge, but all in all, I'd say I'd be pretty happy with that. So maybe this is a 0.4, I don't know. I don't know what nozzle size it is, and that's the downside of these silicone socks would bust off of these like pretty quick. Process of elimination based on what I'm seeing with the other nozzles I had in this set. It's a 0.25, a 0.15, and I don't know if I can read that. Let's just see what we get with a print. I mean, it should be pretty visible if this is a 0.4. No, I don't want to repeat the step. Happy printing. Okay. So, all right, we're through. It's like blurry. Hold on. Sorry. Okay. All right, we passed calibration. So settings, we've got settings for hardware, nozzle diameter, G-code checks, hot end type, filament auto loading, steel sheets. So we've got, looks like 2 programmable smooths, 4 custom settings, 2 textured. So wow, okay, so we have the ability to do that. Okay, the hot end type, oh, and the extruder. Interesting. Let's abort that. I don't know what the choices are. So extruder can be stock, MMU. Okay, so the choices for extruder are stock or MMU. So that's interesting. So I guess that's something to do with the MMU setup. So yes, there's steel sheets, there's nozzle diameter settings, and then everything else looks pretty similar to Mark IV. Let's see, touchscreen doesn't seem to be enabled here. Do I have to set that somewhere else? Firmware update, hardware, nozzle diameter. Bob, you still with me? Where's the setting to turn on the, or maybe it's not on the 3.5 firmware yet? I don't know. Is it the 6, is it the release candidate for 6 that's enabled? Or am I just missing the setting somewhere? Sensor info, input current, version info, buddy board, XLCD. Bob is here. What do you know, Bob? What do you know about the touchscreen setting? User interface, footer, sort files, time for filament change, RGB status bar is on, sound mode is loud. So there's a configurable, so we can put 5 items in the footer now. That's interesting. That's new. Or it's new to me. I hadn't noticed that before. Print progress screen, menu timeouts. That's cool. I like that. Language and time. Time format, we're on a 12. Our time zone offset is 8 hours, negative 8 hours. Yep. I gotta be on 6, okay. Yeah, and it's in the user interface. Okay, so I'm not on firmware 6 with this yet. I don't think they noted firmware 6 compatibility on 3.5 yet. That's fine. I'm not worried about that right now. Let's run a print. Let's do a keychain on input shaper. I really don't think that's a 4 nozzle, but let's see what happens, shall we? So we'll just do the Prusa keychain. Oh, printer model doesn't match. Hold on, let's import that. So don't they know that it's a 3.5? Interesting. Mark IV, Mark IV. I mean, it should run anyway, but looks like all these test models are sliced for Mark IV. I just want a fast print. Let's see what happens. Maybe we'll get something. This is a 10-minute. Let's just see if we can run this. 10-minute keychain. Who cares? Send it. Full send, baby. How's our focus?
I don't know that.
I'm talking to you, Alexa.
I'm always here at the ready.
Well, that's nice. Predictions. I think it'll run, but it'll look rough because I think that's a 0.6 or a 0.8 nozzle. But I just want to see the thing run. All right, we're going. Should we do it? Should I line it up this way? See from the front. It's a little bit sketch. It's okay. Probing just the portions of the bed that it cares about, I guess. That's nice. That's a Mark IV thing, or it's a load cell thing. So, but I guess they're carrying over this because just doesn't matter if it's not using the whole bread to print. Might come around front and put the decal on while that's working. Just gonna confirm my alignment. Need my alcohol wipe. Oh, go baby, go. Got a little oozy. We dripped a little oozy on there, but it might knock it out of the way. I'll let it go. Putting down what looks to be a pretty good first layer from what I can see. Can I just point out for a second that I didn't miss why it passed all its self-tests. I mean, it failed, but we knew it was gonna fail. And it did it all without its decal on there too. It's not official until it's got its decal on there, right? Did my alcohol wipe. Healthy booger right on the print, right where the hole for the keychain goes, but we're gonna tempt fate. The gods of 3D printing have been with us so far. We're gonna let it run. See what happens. And then we're gonna call it a night. I wanna see, look at it go, man. I don't know why, like I've seen the Mark IVs run plenty, but like for some reason, like this is humming along. This feels impressive. Or maybe it's just because I'm like so used to it, not used to this appearance machine running this speed. Look at that. Zippity doo dah. We're gonna help speed it along. We put the decal on it while it's running. And threw that booger out of the way. Sometimes I think it might have fixed its own problem. Knock on wood. Okay, here we go with the decal. These little vinyl dealies always stress me out. So if you didn't know, if you don't get it from this is UV printed at the factory, but just because they don't want people to be left behind, they include these little vinyl decal kits for you to adhere to your printer at home. Don't go too fast. Make that original on there. Oh, and the eye's stuck on there. Look at that. Look at that. Huh? You guys can see. But not bad. Probably could have come this way a little bit more with it, but yeah, whatever. I'll take it. That's going, man. That's keychaining. Get in a little tighter. Let's see what it does. Get in here. I'm gonna. Yeah, man. First try. That's right, Bob. 100%. 100%. Let's get in close. Let's look at that. Gimbal over here. Whoop, whoop. Focus. Oval. Face. No. Yeah, autofocus on that's just not quite right. I think we just may be a little grainy because we're digital zoomed quite a bit. We're into the digital zoom realm. Probably not the best. Down. Yep, it's coming, Hack Monkey. I know, everybody wants that MMU3. Yeah, it's a zippy little bugger, huh? I mean, input shaping is an amazing thing, I'll tell you that. Huh. So Matt's thinking about reprinting it. You want to do Prusa orange, huh? That's nice. I'm doing blackout on all my Mark IVs, and I'm liking that. I'm liking that. But they give you the Prusa orange with the kit, so you can print. They give you a little mini spool, a little 400 grammer. This guy. Which is nice. So if you want to do Prusa orange, you can. I think on the 3.9 and the 4 kit, they'll send you a black and orange, so you can just pick, or you can do both. I think they only give you one spool with the 3.5. I don't know if like the stock knob. I really liked the 3-wheel knob. I've seen a lot of knob variants and stuff like that. What's your guys' favorite knob? Sometimes like the one with the loop, like that's good because if you really want to get zipping back and forth, having something to lock your finger into, it's good. Yeah, the MK3.5 Mark IV has started shipping, and with the latest firmware, they're talking about it on the here on the firmware page here too. They're finally talking about MMU. Here we go. So for 6.0 RC1 firmware, so it's technically still release candidate, but that's the MMU3 support for the Mark III and the 3.9 and the 4. It can already be paired. It does already work with 3.5 and 3 S Plus, obviously. So really, this release candidate should be it for having MMU3 on everything. And there's some extruder parts you got to change for MMU3 and stuff. I have yet to play with it. I know Bob's played with the MMU3 quite a bit. I think he's been beta for that for a long time. But just that bi-directional communication and having it, correct its own issues potentially is a nice update. You did black for your 3S Plus to 3.5s. Nice, nice. Yeah, you're right. The text for the temperature and the stuff could be bigger. Could be bigger, huh? We're 94% done already. Yeah, it's pretty tiny. It's pretty tiny down at the bottom. It'd be nice. I mean, I can see they have a lot more flexibility on like firmware changes now. They were so constrained by the hardware on the firmware updates on the last one that there was just only so much you could do. But I can see a lot of improvements to the UI and stuff, and we're done. And that came out pretty dang good. I'm gonna have to pull that nozzle and find out what it is, but I mean, it was definitely sliced for a 0.4 nozzle. For the Mark IV, mind you, not for the 3.5. And that, let's get in close, guys. I don't know what you guys think, but that's, oh, hold on, right here. That is pretty dang good. What do you think? That must be a 0.4 nozzle. It would look really weird if it wasn't, right? The detail, it's hard to tell. It's fine grained enough. That's got to be, pop it. There's the first layer. Come on. So you can tell I have the steady hands of a surgeon. I mean, there we go. 10 seconds, 10 minutes, and we got a successful print. Well, listen, we've been going for a long time. There it is. If you want another look at it, we got our first print. We did it on the first try. I'm gonna do a little bit more cleanup and stuff after and get it back into its enclosure. But thank you guys for joining me so much. This was a lot of fun. If you guys have any questions or thoughts or ideas of things to print, you can always hit me on Twitter @repcord. And thank you so much for spending your evening with me, hopping into the chat. Really good to see some familiar faces. And hope to catch you again for another one soon. But till then, signing off. We'll see you guys. Winding it down. Ending stream.